Ladies and gentlemen, your champion. And it's double Dutch delight. With an absolute stunner. Double 10. Well, that is absolutely incredible.
It's time to crown the champion.
Ireland!
Duff's ready to step in here to hold throw. Step in he does with a ton plus finish.
For skin saver. Oh, superb.
Can he do it for the last time?
The 8th or the 7th, for example, you still give yourself a chance to finish with dart 2. As the jury goes for the ball on 105. And his finishing at times has been impeccable. And it's impeccable again there. Bottom corner. Got. Bad drive here. A look at the 116. And he should get a look at the double. He will do. And double top. Gets double top. And that's much more like it for Danny Van Tripe. It's Friday here at the International Pairs that come the close of play this afternoon. We'll know 2 more nations that are going to join Wales in the final tomorrow evening. So strap yourselves in for an afternoon of darts here on the South Coast, live here on Pluto TV. There it is, the Deutsche Darters of Paul Kroner and Daniel Kloser, Team Germany that lead the way following the first day's worth of play here in Group C. 2 former champions look as if they're going to be playing off a second position in the Netherlands and Ireland. The defending champions, well, they are hanging on by their fingertips. We've got the former England captain, Scott Mitchell, with us on this Friday afternoon to look ahead to the action. And yesterday, it was just a one-team show. It was all about Germany. Yeah,
absolutely. They were prolific. They kept that level. They ran about an 87 and above yesterday, and that made them very difficult to beat. The other nations were just not as consistent as them, and then as a couple of games had gone on, they'd stamped their authority on this group, and then people didn't want to play them.
The bookies' favourite to win this group, the bookies' favourite to win this week, justifying those odds. But what in particular did they do so well as a partnership yesterday?
I think there was a dynamic between the two of them. When one was doing the work, the other one was still scoring, but maybe not hitting the doubles. And then it switched towards the end of the day where Daniel Kloser started hitting the doubles. And he just bossed the group for the Germans from the last 2 games. And I think he was, it was special from him. That's what made the end of the day different.
We'll talk more about Germany, their exploits this afternoon in a couple of moments' time. But we're at the halfway point now of this tournament. Last night, Group B got underway, and it was the Belgian pair of Brian O'Man and Andy Bartons that lead the way. They won all 4 of their matches. Now, we were wondering how they're going to recover from a disappointing campaign in Group A, where they led the way. They had a bit of a cushion on Wednesday. They didn't get over the line, but they recovered superbly, didn't they?
Yeah, very much so. And kind of, they kind of dominated. They went into that last game having to beat the Americans and kind of dominated the game. The Americans missed a dart to go 2-0. Had they gone 2-0, I'm not sure the Belgians could have bounced back, but they got their noses in front and then never took the foot off the gas. So the Americans still look very impressive. That was the only time they looked like getting beat yesterday. So, the top 2 teams that are in the table, it's now a battle for third, I feel.
How nice was it to see Danny Baggish back playing darts yesterday? Because we know what he's been through the last 18 months, 2 years. It was just so nice to see him back on the ocket, and not just that, playing well too.
Look, he felt it was great to be back as well. And when you're really keen and you want it to happen, the first 3 games, every time he went to the board with a chance of taking a double out, he took it out. So the confidence was growing and growing and growing as the game went on. Really unfortunate that to go 2-0, it was him that missed the double, because other than that, you would have to say it was a perfect night for him.
So that is the story of last night, but this afternoon Group C comes to a close. As I say, Germany have a 4-point lead at the top of the table, but it is the pair of Ireland and the Netherlands that are the closest chasers. The Dutch above Ireland by way of legs difference. And it's fair to say the two teams that are on 6 points probably would have reflected on the day differently. The Dutch would have thought, well, we got everything we could have got out that session. Ireland can feel a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, I think so. Ireland played really well for their 6 points, and I think the two games that they lost were the best games of their opponents. So you can't read too much into that. The other way round, the Netherlands, I mean, how they got to 6 points, we're still sat here today trying to work out. They didn't play well. They didn't gel. They were very feast and famine, but it's got them to 6 points. And now it looks like it's between three. Probably Kenya as well are there on 4 points. If they can start well and people start beating one another, there is a chance that they could make it, but I think it's definitely about Ireland and the Netherlands to go through.
These are the odds. No surprises. The Germans are 1-9, really, is there?
No, well, if you look at it, probably one more win and they're home and host, maybe two they'll be looking at to make sure. But yeah, there's no surprises there in the odds for me.
And as you can see with those odds there, it's kind of a table of two halves on this Friday afternoon. It is 18 plus and it is gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series on this Friday afternoon. And we're going to get things started with a meeting between the Netherlands and Northern Ireland. For Neil Duff and Richard McKee, it's not gone to plan this week. They're looking to end on a high and maybe disrupt somebody's Friday. As for Danny and Wesley Van Tripe, not at their sparkling best, but able to get 6 points. Early on this morning, I caught up with them. Danny, Wesley, good first day for yourself. 6 points on the board. Fair to say, Danny, you kind of eked out those performances, you say, got out what you could get from your performances.
Yeah, after the first game, my darts were broken, and I lost one dart, so I need to improvise and use another set of darts. And the guys from the Modus helped me with that. But then, in the fourth game, I threw with my own darts, but with other shafts. And in one game against Germany, I threw with another longer shaft. So it was a difficult date yesterday, but I'm happy with the 6 points.
How would you describe your performance levels yesterday between the pair of you, Wesley?
For me, it's the first time. I'm happy about the 6 points that we got yesterday. For today, I hope we get 6 more or 8 or 10 points to qualify for the Saturday night.
What would you say the dynamic is between you two as a team, Danny?
I know it's good because we throw a lot of pad tournaments in the Netherlands. Not the last couple of years, but in the beginning of when we started playing darts, we throw a lot of pad tournaments. For me, it's the third time. I liked it when I played with Jimmy, but I also like it when I play with my brother. And I hope we get the title for the second time in our career.
What's the best bit about playing with your brother, Wesley?
I know him for years. We are twins. I feel everything what he's
I'm glad
feeling.
you know each other for years.
I know everything what he's feeling, what he's going through, what I need to do for him, what we have to do together to get the maximum out of every game.
Right, go well, Jets. Wish you all the best today.
Thank you.
Well, I'm glad that two twins have known each other for a long time. I think they may have known one another in the womb, if the truth be told. But anyway, Danny and Wesley Van Tripe, having picked up 6 points on the opening day's worth of play, are looking to really kick on this Friday here at the International Pairs. They take on the Northern Ireland duo of Neil Duff and Richard McKee, for whom they have had a gruesome week at the Live Lounge reports of having amassed just 4 wins from 20 matches in this group. Danny Van Tripe, the 29-year-old from Etten-Leur in the Netherlands. Now, when you see Wesley's profile, you'll see a cut and paste job. But that's Neil Duff, the 53-year-old from Winterthur, a 6-time weekly winner here at the Super Series. That's Wesley Van Tripe. Guess what? He's 29 and he's from Etten-Leur. Who would have guessed it?
There is a difference. He uses 24-gram darts, not 25.
As for Richard McKee, the 35-year-old from Banbridge, former weekly winner here in the past. Can he help steer Northern Ireland home? We're about to get underway, our opening match of the afternoon session. Paul Hinks is the man presiding over proceedings. And for the Netherlands, in terms of performance, it wasn't their best day yesterday, but they have this ability of just
First leg,
clawing
Netherlands to throw
out
first.
wins when they needed
Game
to.
on.
And that's why they're in the mix on 6 points and above the Republic of Ireland by way of a superior
60.
legs difference. And that was despite Danny Van Tripe having to fiddle about with his equipment a little bit yesterday, Scott.
Yeah, he did. He had
45.
an issue with his darts yesterday. I think something broke on them at some
100.
point, and they had to come in with a different set of darts, a lone set of darts, which actually he did his highest shot of the day with the lone set of darts, and then
44.
returned a game later after the guys in the back room had sorted his darts out. So, yeah, an indifferent
100.
day for them. I don't think it helped their progress either. There was always a little bit of something going on between them there until towards the end of the day, and that's when we saw the best from them.
180.
Well, that's much more like it for Neil Duff, who I get the sense, him and Richard
58.
today, they know they can't make it through, but what they want to do is stop somebody else from doing the same. And they have an opportunity to really put the mockers on the Netherlands' chances of progressing by winning this
92.
opening match.
Yeah, they have the opportunity, don't they, today to upset somebody's apple cart or be the fox in the hen house for a team. So they'll be quite happy to
81.
do that.
Northern Ireland car,
It's now the chance to be the spoiler.
Well, Duff and McKee ain't going to take out the 140. What can Wesley Van Tripe make of
80.
this 102
Netherlands
to hang on to the
102.
Dutch throw in this opening leg? Went for the ball to leave double 16, unable to get. So
42.
McKee will step up, look at it,
Northern Ireland
60,
car, 60.
to get an opening break for Northern Ireland. He'll be happy. He's got an open target on double 10.
Getting
And
shot
the
on
open
first leg,
target
Northern
found.
Ireland.
Yeah, Richard struggled to settle early
Second leg,
doors
Northern Ireland to
yesterday
throw
for
first.
me.
Game on.
And that kind of stopped his progression yesterday. He was left wanting on a few
70.
occasions, and then when that happens, you start to drag your partner down a little bit. And I think there was a bit of that going on between them yesterday.
180.
Well, a max apiece in this contest.
65.
Duff had one earlier in the match, and he hit 3 180s yesterday, and
100.
Danny hit 2. But of course, the first men throw-in are obviously 9 times out of 10 scoring for their first 3 visits.
46.
So they should kind of have more maxes than maybe their partners.
I just get the sense that this Dutch side are more in tune today. I know they
140.
picked up 6 points on Thursday, but it did so averaging 78 for the session.
I think they left this building yesterday thinking, how on earth have we got to 6 points? Where O'Shea
27. Netherlands car, 81.
and Heenahan would have left the building thinking, how have we only got 6 points? We were a
41.
touch unlucky today. So 2 really opposite dynamics between those 2 teams. But the bottom line is, only one of those can go through.
100.
And if Kenya
Netherlands
open
car,
up with a
40.
win against Ireland,
Game show in
then
the
that
second leg,
just
Netherlands.
opens the door and tightens the group
Third leg,
furthermore for the
Netherlands
rest
to
of the
throw
day.
first. Game on.
Well, that was a 13 darter there for the Dutch pair to level this game up at 1 apiece, break apiece in the opener. As I say, the stats for yesterday didn't look too great from the Netherlands, but they still managed to get
135.
6 points. Average of 78.08 for the session, only 3 180s. The highest average was 84.88 throughout the course of the day. And they're finishing, well, it wasn't a lot to write home about
60.
either. 17 hits and 57 attempts. That's a doubles percentage just under the 30% mark. In fact, kind of
59.
in keeping with the rest of the week, the doubling was a bit off in Group C. So much so that over the course of 15 matches yesterday, we saw over 300 attempts at a double
60.
in this session.
Wow, you were busy on your night off last night, weren't you?
It's amazing what you do on
26.
the laptop when the snooker's on the TV. You find yourself constantly updating the stats laptop or looking at the stats that our brilliant producer sends us every now and then.
100.
Cannot take all the credit, although I do enjoy
100.
filling in spreadsheets.
I do know that you're a stats man, which
57.
a stats man rather than a linguist.
65.
Room and womb earlier were very similar, Henry.
Well, the Dutch took this out yesterday. It was Danny Van Troip that found the 116.
100.
What could Wesley
Netherlands
make
are
of
116.
exactly the same equation? This to put the Dutch into the lead for the first time in this contest.
Gains on the third
And
leg,
just like
Netherlands.
that, the Netherlands are 2-1 up.
Fourth leg, Northern Ireland.
And
throw first.
ironically,
Game on.
it's a 116 that he hit yesterday
180.
against the Germans.
Yeah, certainly finding some mojo here, the Dutch pair. Now, we didn't quite
60.
know what sort of nick they were going to be in prior to this competition starting. Danny Van Troip hasn't had a start to 2026 quite like that of
100.
2025. And I think it's also fair to say that when Wesley played here as a Super Series player in Series 13, that there were some erratic performances in there.
45.
Some good, some off the boil. We didn't quite know what to expect, but maybe having that one day just to settle in has done in the world of good.
83.
Because they look like a different pair today, Scott.
Yeah, absolutely, they do. Yesterday when I arrived, I saw Wesley relacing a
74.
new pair of shoes. He'd forgotten his black shoes yesterday, so had to shoot off up the road and buy himself some new
122.
footwear, which, if you use the same footwear all the time for darts, can affect how you throw.
90. Netherlands are car 96.
It was a 116 in the previous leg. But it's not
No
quite
score.
96 in this, and because he's
Northern
dragged it
Ireland
low,
52.
he's bust the score. So if McKean misses the 52, Wesley's got to go back to the start.
Gains on the fourth
And
leg,
this is a
Northern
much
Ireland.
better start today from McKee.
Third leg, Netherlands to throw first. Game on.
Locked at 2 apiece. Danny Van Troip with the honour at the beginning of the 5th. And the fact that the
100.
Dutch kick off first puts a bit of pressure on Conor Heenan and John O'Shea if they can win this game, because they know that they will have to beat Team Kenya in game 3 in the morning. And also just
100.
pose a little bit of a question on Team Germany. Daniel Klose and Paul Kroner, who are on 10 points. A win here for the Dutch. They would be
22.
within a couple of points of them. Germany take on Ireland in the second round's worth of fixtures. So if they can start well, the Dutch, and results go their way, they could put themselves in a
85.
rather profitable position going into the second half of Friday's action.
60.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, and they would, and I think that will be their plan of attack for the group today.
85. $100.
Ton's okay, but Northern Ireland have overturned the throw here in this 5th leg. Pattern of this game, 2 breaks being followed up by
57.
2 holds. But McKee there, staying on the 19s, has left 174. Has left Neil Dutch in the lurch.
26.
However, that's going to be irrelevant because Danny Van has a visit befitting of his name there.
44. $127.
So that's a
Northern
good
Ireland
setup. A
130.
1-2-7 score.
Rather than a 1-2-7 in game. Which, if you head to YouTube viewers, you will
28.
see a
Netherlands
lovely
are
shot
car
of
66.
Paul Hinks doing that very total.
51 left. Oh, he's hit the double 11. Now, he had some erratic darts yesterday, did Danny Van Troip. He buzzed 140 and
47.
had a very strange time on double
Northern
top.
Ireland car 102.
And he's left Wesley on 19 if Neil Duff doesn't take out the 102. Triple 14 leaves double top, and double
82.
top sells just
Netherlands
low.
are car 19. Game shown the
Well, that
fifth leg,
wasn't the
Netherlands.
intention from Wesley van Truyck, but he will take it nonetheless.
Sixth leg, Northern Ireland to throw first. Game on.
But for the Northern Irish team, that will feel like a kick in the solar plexus, that will.
140.
How many times do you see it where the single number goes awry into the target you didn't want it to go to, and then you hit the double that you didn't intend to leave?
Yeah, but that's why you go for that side of the number.
131.
When you get to a certain standard, Henry, you won't understand this. But when you get to a certain standard, you are able to aim at half the number or the other.
100.
So what he did cleverly was avoid the 19. Make sure he was nowhere near
59.
it. Yeah, you drift into the 17. Worst case scenario, you've made a mistake and you believe in your own ability to get yourself out of it. And that's exactly what happened with the double one.
You haven't seen my vault numbers then, pal.
140.
Because if you did, you know I'd get nowhere near a finish.
140. Northern Ireland
This
would
to
have been
take us
21.
all the way to a last leg decider. 6 from here. And they're going to need the full quota to ensure game 1 goes to a last leg decider.
27.
Northern Ireland were beaten comprehensively 4-1 by France in the opening game yesterday.
Trouble 17's the shot here.
97. Northern Ireland car
We
94.
know Wesley's good on 17s.
Double top. 2 10s to save the match.
84.
And so
Netherlands
this,
car
an opportunity
74.
for the Netherlands to move on to 8 points. And Danny van Truyck's going to get 2 and had a double
shown the
16,
match,
of which he
Netherlands.
only needs the 1. There was some really good stuff in there from the Dutch duo of Danny and Wesley van Truyck. Average just underneath the Oding. A 116 checkout. That the tail of the tape. The Dutch move on to 8 points. Coming up next, the unbeaten Germany take on Team France. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. And before the break, we saw the Netherlands get their campaign off to a perfect start on this Friday. They move on to 8 points into second place, courtesy of a 4-2 success over Northern Ireland. 4 from 5 on their doubles. The pair with Danny and Wesley Van Tripe had a 116 checkout in there and an average just under 85. Yesterday, Germany were team of the day. They picked up all 10 points and they kick off their campaign against France. Ian Cash representing them, and Paul Kroner. How good has he been? Not just yesterday, but in 2026. The Dutch Open champion earlier on this term. A man who I think could go really deep at the Lakeside this year. Wouldn't surprise me if he went on to win the trophy at Frimley Green come December. Nicolas Toulier, we've seen him here a feue times before. He partnered Jacques Labre for France in the previous edition of the international pairs. As for Daniel Closer, the 46-year-old, played here in the first series back in 2022. It's been a long time between drinks for him. Did play on the PDC tour for a couple of years in the interim. As for Ian Cash, well, he is enjoying the experience of a lifetime in terms of his darting adventure. The 56-year-old, and that man there, I think he is class. Absolute quality, and somebody I expect to see special things from at this particular level. Did have a tour card, decided to relinquish it because he was focusing on studies and other things. But when he plays and plies his trade at this level, there is a player that could win absolutely anything. If he played in the main series, it wouldn't surprise me if he went on not just to win a week, but win a series. That is how good Paul Kroner is. I rate him so highly. Tip him for the Lakeside this year. But what's been the best part about this German team so far this week has been their synchronization. It hasn't felt as if one player's played better than the other for any point yesterday. They both complemented, shall I say, each other rather superbly. So 10 points following the opening day. You get the sense a few wins should be enough for them to make it through to Saturday night here. Their doubling was typical German efficiency. 20 hits from 38 attempts on the outer ring yesterday. Closer and Kroner, 52%. And with an average just under 90 for the session, there's a reason why the bookies, Scott Mitchell, have made them favourites to win not just the group, but the week.
Yeah, absolutely. And I kind of understand where they're coming from.
125.
Just for a second, we thought there's a possibility of a first ever televised Pairs 9 dart. Never been done on the TV before, although Team Australia at the PDC World Cup did come closer a couple of years ago from doing it. Missed the double for the 9 dart. I believe it was against the Lithuanians, Mindauskas, Barauskas and Darius Labanauskas. I haven't seen Mindy here for a little while.
105.
But Germany, perhaps as expected, on a finish after 9. 116 required, 1 triple needed for a poker double, and you wouldn't back against them from hitting it, Scott.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't at all.
56. $45. Germany car 60.
I got all the time they want to close out this first leg, and it is Daniel Closer has the responsibility.
And this is what he was doing so well the last couple of games for the Germans yesterday.
40.
But if there's a time to miss, do it when your opponents are way back on 201.
$57. Germany car 20. Getting shown the first leg, Germany.
The Germans go
second leg,
1-0
France to throw
to the
first.
good.
Game on.
It's Toulier to throw for the French. And met these guys having breakfast this morning, and we had a bit of a chat. And Toulier actually lives in a small village near Bray Dunes, which is where the WDF French Open used to be held for a few years. And that was run by the club that Toulier is
60.
a member of, the darts club that he's a member of. It was moved up there for location reasons and obviously a lot more English,
80.
Belgian, and the borders of 3. And of course, it was very easily accessible for the
57.
English. A little ferry across from Dover to Dunkirk made the French Opens around like 2013, 14, 15 very popular to go to.
121.
Yeah, it's a rather interesting territory in terms of the sport of darts, France, because everything that Thibaut Tricol's done in terms of making a world final and having a tour card for a few years, there is new interest in the sport. TV deals being made for the first time for
160.
PDC events, for example. But you get the sense it's not growing at the rate of knots that perhaps we expected when Tricol burst onto the scene, as Ian Cash looked at Tots on 160, just below.
140.
Yeah, Ian Cash is not a traditional French name, and that's because at 22 years old he was living in Oldham
82.
and met a French young lady and
20.
moved to the outskirts of Paris, where he's been ever since. Went over to try it for 6 months and never came home.
Wouldn't you if you were living on the
Game
outskirts
shown
of
in St.
Oldham,
Lake,
as
France.
Nicolas Tullier levels up at 1-1. Hi to all our friends watching in Oldham, by the way.
First. Game on.
The Owls.
And yeah, has had children out in France. They're both bilingual. And he's about to be a grandparent. A grandparent in about 5 or 6 months' time is Ian Cash. So he lives on the outskirts of Paris and
140.
travels up to play in and around the areas that Tullier plays. So they've been
140.
national champions together, and they've both represented France in Europe Cups and World Cups together in Denmark.
100.
The last World Cup. So before we headed to South Korea for the travel one, but yeah, he's done a few
85.
Europe Cups as well in Slovakia. So Ian Cash, for him, talking to him and about appearing here, he's kind of feels really fortunate that the Croatians weren't able to make it. I think they're playing in a soft tip
100.
tournament somewhere, where Croatia again is another one of those countries like France that it's kind of more than 50-50. It's 60-40 towards the soft tip game in those countries,
81. Germany car
rather than the still tip game being very prominent like it is in sort of Holland and here and, you know, the home nations.
90.
Well, Germany's power scoring is going to give him more chances on throw. That's what we've seen so far in this contest.
55. Germany car 71.
So this for 2-1 lead. Triple 13 got. And either 16s or 8s found.
France car
These
140.
were the shots that Closer was finishing off yesterday. Can't finish this time.
95. Germany car 8.
So double 4 for Paul Krona. Shuffles across.
Game shown on the third
Finds a
leg,
way
Germany.
through. Now that was an awkward dart because of the way his darts go in,
Fourth
the
leg,
angle of
France through
entry.
first. Game on.
That target would have been obscure. And actually, it was interesting that he moved across towards the right-hand side because, theoretically speaking, particularly for a right-hander, you'd think the more you moved across to the right, the more it'd obscure the angle.
59.
Yeah, very much so. And once again, we talked about complementing one another. Closer missed the double. No real reaction from Krone, and he then just steps
134.
up and hits the double and gets the job done, which is the dynamic. And you can see there with a really nice visit, 134 from Closer. Really
96.
was a nice little fist pump from his partner. And there's your averages at the moment. The Germans, once again, around that 90 average, which is where they basically camped out yesterday.
100.
Yeah, just under 90 average for the session. France did get off to a strong start. They beat Team Northern Ireland by 4-1 in their opener. It'd be the only points they'd pick up on
83.
Thursday. And in particular, Ian Cash looked mightily impressive in that game. Just weren't able to really replicate those sorts of performance levels for the duration of their campaign yesterday.
you know, speaking to them this morning, they knew that
100.
this Group B was a very tough group. They knew that their experience within darts, but maybe not at this higher level.
59.
And you have to
Jimmy
say,
Carr, 167.
when you look at the likes of Duff and O'Shea, you know, it's very, and the Germans, for
57.
example, it's very easy to understand why they would feel that way. But how do you get experience at this level? You've got to be thrown in at the deep end and go and get it. You've got to, and so they
94.
really are appreciative
Jimmy
of this
Carr,
opportunity.
110.
They really are thankful to the people here at the Modus Super Series to give them this opportunity. Yeah, they only had a couple of weeks to think about it, but you know, there was never an option that they were going to say no. This is where they want to be.
70. Francis
Well,
Carr,
Harvey at a
110.
turning point in this game. Closer misses Totso 110. Ian Cash looking at the same combination. And just like his German counterpart, he's going to get a dart at tops.
90.
And just like Closer,
German
he
account
misses
40.
but low this time. And so Krone taking a 3-1 lead.
Game shot on the fourth leg, Germany.
As you'd expect from him.
And again, it's complementing
Germany
one
to go
another,
first.
and one
Game
doing
on.
one part of the job and one doing the other. This is really good stuff again from the Germans, and they look at ease alongside one another. This is a really good pairing.
It's a comfortable partnership. Probably the most comfortable pairing we've seen so far this week.
60.
It's looking very much like they're going to make the Saturday night final, and there will be questions of them asked there. There's no two ways about it. But at the moment, you can only play what's
60.
in front of you, and they are dominating the game. They are not letting the French get into it. And the only way to stop people beating you is to stop
91.
them getting darts at a double. And the French have had 5 darts at a double and hit with 1. But they've been restricted by the Germans on that part of the game.
59.
I've got to say, such a likeable team as well. 2 very likeable chaps. Actually, 4 real good guys on the stage, if you include Team France as well. Managed to catch a 5 minutes with Daniel and Powell this morning, and they're
100.
2 of the most impossibly nice people you could ever wish to meet. They said that they found themselves staying in a hotel right next to the party area of Portsmouth. And that came as a bit of a surprise because they were looking forward to a nice quiet evening yesterday. And then they realised it's the end of university term in the UK. And so everybody was
140.
out having a night out across the road from where the hotel was.
Yeah, that's when you go and order
100.
half a block
Jimmy
of cheese
Carr,
and
110.
start stuffing it in your ears like they used to in Hello Hello, the comedy show, when Enid, the lovely lady behind the bar, started singing.
Well, he missed 110 in the previous leg,
70.
and he's going to miss 110
Francis
again
Carr,
here. That time, that was to
142.
win the match. And so Tullier looking to save it, but just wide of the treble 17. And so Palcona comes back for tops. And Team France,
32.
probably knowing
Germany
who
Carr,
is throwing for
40.
the match, won't be expecting to return. They were 50% on their doubling yesterday.
Game shot on the
And they
match,
get over the
Germany.
line, a 4-1 victor here. Team Germany make it 6 from 6, and they look as if they are cruising to tomorrow night's final. And we're seeing more evidence as to why they're the bookmakers' favourites, because that wasn't even them anywhere near their best, but yet they were able to routinely get over the line. In fact, there's an improved level. 4-1 it finishes to Team Germany. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. And before the break, we saw Team Germany get the better of Team France by 4 legs to 1. That means it's 6 out of 6 for the Deutsche Darters of Daniel Klose and Paul Corona. Game 3 sees the defending champions, the Republic of Ireland, with work to do if they're going to make it through to tomorrow night. Conor Heenahan skippered the side beautifully yesterday, and I'll be hoping for more of the same today. As for Kenya, their best performance of the week, one of the performances of the week, came in this meeting yesterday. David Mooney, the 30-year-old from Nairobi, was part and parcel of it. John O'Shea, the 50-year-old from Cork, former world master, would take great pride in retaining this title come tomorrow evening. Whereas Peter Vachuri is skipper this Kenyan team and skippered it with some distinction this week. They're not completely out of the running, but if they're going to make it through, they probably have to win all 5 games today if they are to make history and make it into Saturday night's final. For the Republic of Ireland, they had a very good day. Their performances are very good. They won their first 3, lost their last 2, but lost their last 2 courtesy of 2 really good performances. One by Team Germany, no surprise, but Team Kenya in this game yesterday put in the performance of the week so far. 96.62 average, 4 from 8 on the doubles and a 120 checkout, en route to a 4-1 win, where the Republic of Ireland averaged just underneath 90 and only had 1 dart and a double off the back of a 107 combo. That was how comprehensively they were outplayed in that contest due to the brilliance of that Kenyan side. But it's a different day, and for Team Ireland, they're hoping not to be going back to Ireland come the end of play today.
Yeah, I have the visions of
One of them,
John O'Shea shaking his head in the background when, if I remember rightly, the game before, Kenya
17.
and I think it was maybe France or Northern Ireland had dart after dart. It was Northern Ireland had dart after dart at doubles in that
60.
match. And so by the time John O'Shea and Conor Heenahan got to them, they thought, wow, they're burnt. They're a spent sort of team here. And then turned up with the very best
One of them, 40.
that they had yesterday and sort of caught them unawares.
Pretty much caught them on the hop, didn't they? And that was just when Ireland were licking their wounds following
85.
a very good performance from Team Germany in the game before. They know the performance levels are there. In fact, yesterday was a productive day for Mrs. O'Shea and Heenahan. Average
60.
just under 85 for the session, which in the pairs format's very good.
Yeah, it is. And like I say, I was thinking this morning they would
57.
feel a little bit half empty, a little bit hard done by yesterday. Whereas the Dutch would have felt really, really lucky to have 6 points.
41.
If you just joined us, the Dutch have already played Northern Ireland, and Northern Ireland having a real chance to be the spoilers and get themselves back in the mix. Lost out to the Dutch 4-2 in game 1, and Germans just before the break beat France 4-1, looking very, very efficient.
One of them, 40.
Well, this has been an efficient start for Team Ireland. Double left after 5 visits.
Game shown the first
And after
leg,
16
Ireland.
darts, leg 1 is in the locker.
Second leg, Kenya to throw first. Game on.
16 dart leg, and really important to get off to a good start
100.
for Ireland.
I speak a lot, Scott, don't I, about range of performance when we look at a player or a team's daily numbers. There was no range of Ireland yesterday.
60.
I said they averaged just under 85 for the session. Their highest average was only 89. So you knew roughly whereabouts their form guide was. You knew they'd be around mid-80s.
81.
Okay, you might get 1 or 2 opportunities against them on the doubles, but if you didn't take it, you would eventually be punished.
Yeah, fair assessment. I agree with that.
60.
That's exactly what they were yesterday. But you feel today they've got to raise it against a couple of teams today
38.
and not fall asleep in the others. They're more than capable of going 5 out of 5 in this group, or Ireland. But at the same time, we
45.
look at Kenya and know that they're more than happy to cause an upset with the averages that they were throwing in their good games yesterday.
Well, to quote our good friend Mace, they got to be on it from the word go.
121.
By the way, sending our best wishes to Mace this weekend. Chris and Charlotte getting married. From all of us here at the Super Seeds, wish you...
Any advice, Mace? Don't come to me. I've been married for 35 years, and these days I watch my wedding DVD backwards, so it has a happy
100.
ending.
Well, Kenya left on 61 to level this game at 1-1. And so far, this has been a match which has been completely
58.
and
Kenya
utterly
61.
dominated by the team throwing first. The side throwing second have had next to no say in both the legs up to press.
43.
My wife does know I'm only joking, Henry. I've been saying that joke for 35 years, and she's had to listen to it.
60. Kenya 18.
2 9s. And the responsibility falls to David Munya.
No score.
Couldn't follow it. Dart 2
America
in.
158.
Well, this would be a categoric steal if Ireland could pinch this leg from the position they are in.
$96. Kenya 18.
2 9s.
Yeah, went straight for it. Crossed the double 4.
10.
Lines it up, and it doesn't go.
America 62.
Churi had been so clinical Tuesday and Wednesday. It just hasn't been there yesterday and today in the same manner. O'Shea then double 16.
Games on the second leg, Ireland.
Well, that's a breaker throw. And he was slightly
Ireland
pleased
is
about
reversed.
that. Was
Game on.
the Joker. He was not in a joking mood at that moment.
It hits different when you represent your country. And Ireland should not have been anywhere near that leg. Anywhere near that leg.
43.
Kenya missed 7 darts at a double to level this match up. Ireland only needed one opportunity to double their lead.
And this is what I keep saying to young players. You
76.
yesterday the luck didn't go the way of Ireland. There's the celebration, and thing is, you've got to keep putting yourself in the circle
60.
to be able to be the winner and get your bit of luck to go your way. And definitely on that leg, for once, Ireland had a bit of luck against Kenya, which is everything
100.
they didn't have yesterday.
Well, if
58.
you are just joining us, do strap in for Group C this afternoon, Group D
140.
later on tonight. And come the end of it, we'll know the 6 they'll be playing for the trophy.
55.
Big night tomorrow night. Trophy night. Matthew Edgar's going to be here. It's the closest he's ever got to a trophy, you see.
Don't look at me. I'm not
76.
getting involved in all that. Nothing to do with me. You start your own fires.
Well, you can't start a fire without a spark. And that could be the spark for Conor Heenahan.
109.
And all of a sudden, this 109 is under heaps of pressure. Oh, he's contemplating his options here, David Munya. And he's going to get a dart. A double top.
70.
Just wide. And so this for another opportunity to win a leg that they've been second best in the Republic of Ireland. And they're going to get a dart. Oh, that's going to sting. That is going to sting. Kenya should be 2-1 up in this game, but they find themselves 3-0 down. And that's because that man there, John O'Shea, is finding clutch darts at a double. They've only needed 3 opportunities at the outer ring to win legs. They've taken all 3. They lead 3-0, and they now
100.
have their opponents exactly where they want them.
$46.
I think they've had the game plan and been preparing for this game for the last 2 or 3 hours to make sure that this one doesn't go wrong. They have a real chance of putting Kenya
100.
out of the picture here to a point where they won't affect Ireland. And that's exactly what they're doing here. If that was the game plan this morning over
60.
some bacon and eggs for breakfast, it's working.
Sometimes it's easier when the game that you want to target in the day comes
55.
first, because you can fully focus on that game. And then if you win it, then you really can get your teeth stuck into things.
Well, after the first game, you tend to have a plan B, C, and D, don't you, depending on how the
140.
first run of matches go. And this completes our first block of matches here, this third game. Everybody has now
55.
played 6 early doors.
93.
Well, O'Shea's left 1-6-2 for Heenahan, so there's a set-up chance here for Kenya to at least get something on the board.
32.
I think John O'Shea's done that on purpose, that he gets the glory to hit the double at the end.
Well, David Munoz led Peter Vachuri in the same bungalow.
105.
So Heenahan has left O'Shea on a single to double to win this match 4-0.
119. Anukar 57.
For 4-0 win and a statement start. First start missed at a double. But they're not going to miss a second, and they're not going to miss a trick. That could have got rather patchy for the Republic of Ireland at times, but they have got the better of Kenya by 4-0. I think that defeat yesterday and the performance that Kenya put in against them smarted a little bit. For the Republic of Ireland, with a perfect riposte and a nigh on perfect display in terms of their finishing, they win 4-0 to move on to 8 points. Them and the Netherlands are both level, not just on points, but on leg difference now. And it is the Netherlands who are in action next when they take on France. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've seen 3 games on this Friday afternoon, and before the break, the Republic of Ireland got the better of Kenya by 4-0. That was after Germany beat Team France 4-1, and the Netherlands got the better of Northern Ireland by 4-2. So, this is how the table looks as we go into Game 4, a meeting between France and the Netherlands. Germany, top of the pile, 12 points to their name. Following 6 matches, 6 wins from 6 for the pair of Daniel Klose and Paul Kroner so far. The Netherlands and the Republic of Ireland are only separated on legs 1. The 2 Van Truyck twins have won 3 more legs than Conor Heenahan and John O'Shea, 21 compared to 18. So that's why they're in second position. Other than that, they're both on 8 points plus 5 legs difference. Kenya in 4th position with 4 points to their name minus 6 legs difference, whilst Northern Ireland and France find themselves languished going into Game 4 and
First
cycle
leg, France
number
to
2 of
first.
matches here at the Live Lounge
on.
in Portsmouth. Live here on Pluto TV, where we have 35 hours of live darts for you every single week across the
46.
Pluto TV network. Not just that, in excess of 250 channels you can stream live, whether it be sports,
100.
crime dramas, TV classics or films. Download the Pluto TV app to the Apple App Store or Google Play, and you'll be able to tune into all of that.
140. $85.
Let's move on.
$140.
Good stuff there from the French. But here come
135.
the Dutch.
$47.
It's the time of the year that the tulips are in bloom, and maybe it's time the Netherlands
56.
started to flower here
France
today.
28.
They have started better than they did yesterday. That's a really good dart, that second one. Just double checking that it's in. Double 10 then for Toulier. And what a lovely
Game shot
finish
the first leg, France.
the 128 is.
Second leg, Netherlands to throw first.
Really
Game
nice
on.
stuff. It was for a holder throw, but could we see a day that everybody
140.
comes to the party?
Well, let's hope it is an uppage of quality in comparison to what we saw at times on Thursday. That, France's biggest finish of the week. They
36.
did take out a 120 yesterday, but their finishing all told was below par. 18%,
140.
8 hits from 43 attempts on the outer ring for Cash and Toulier. Have held firm in leg 1, but the Dutch have responded well here in the second.
140. $57.
164 left after 9. The French need to fill it up.
140.
Almost did
Netherlands
so, but it means
164.
that the Netherlands have got 6 from here to level this game up.
100.
Yeah, really positive.
60. Netherlands a car 64. $44. France a car 125.
Can't make it a couple
60.
of
Netherlands a car
20
20.
plus finishes in the row.
Game shot
Can the
second leg,
French, and in
Netherlands.
comes Wesley, quick as a flash, hits double 10, levels
Third
it
leg,
up at
France to throw
1-1.
first. Game on.
And for the Dutch, they're hoping that that is the beginning of normal service being resumed for them. Although fair to say that
55.
this French side came out today a much better version of themselves than what we saw on Thursday. Decent performance in their opener, 84
57.
average, even though they were beaten 4-1 by Germany. They did ask 1 or 2 questions, missed a couple of darts at double too many. But as you can see, I know it's only 2 and a bit legs, but the average hovering
43.
around the 90 mark, although it does take a dovetail as a result of that troublous visit for me and Cash.
100.
I just wonder whether if the Netherlands continue to kick on like they
140.
seemingly are today, and they just pip on into the post, whether the Republic might be licking their wounds a little bit as a result of those 2 games yesterday where they played well and got no change. As Danny Van Try pits a 180.
99.
His second of the day and his 4th of this Group C campaign.
115. France car 164.
Don't blink, ladies and gentlemen, otherwise you miss Wesley Van Tripe and where he's heading. And it's bullseye then for Toulier. Why is it? He's really
139.
started the day well, hasn't he?
49.
That's the 3rd ton plus finish he's had a go at in this game.
2 10s, doesn't go.
29.
And so
France car
France have an
25.
opportunity to lead this game.
A real big chance to break a throw. Chooses
on
the
the
double
third
10
leg,
route,
France.
and that is why Ian Cash for the French.
4 flag
On
Netherlands to
throw,
go
they
first.
take a 2-1 lead.
Sixty. $93. 85. 100.
I just get the sense these are going to cause 1 or 2
100.
problems today, Team France. They have upped it. I don't know what they had for breakfast, Scott. You'd know better than I do. But if it was that famous brand of wheat,
60.
which you can have in a bit, then you can see why they're playing like they are.
100.
They probably had 3 of them. Is that what you're saying?
With warm milk. Got to have it with warm milk, haven't you?
I didn't actually see what they had. I was
60.
I was
Too busy having Eggs Benedict.
156.
I was too busy seating myself.
140.
Really good visit again from Danny, leaving his brother on double 8 after 15. And here comes Toulier again. He really is on it this match. That's a 180.
And that's 2-2.
Flag Netherlands.
This is some game.
Fifth leg
Really
France to
enjoyable
throw
watch
first.
this. That's
Game
the leg
on.
by leg. But the numbers in terms of the averages, mightily impressive. France averaging just under 93.5. The Netherlands 94.5. 2 from 3, the French on the
81.
doubles. 2 from 6, the Dutch.
$60.
Yes, a lovely set of averages there. The 90s average as pairs is not the easiest thing to do.
85.
And this is the thing that we've got to remember, Scott. Players are only getting to throw once every few visits. They're
100.
not constantly, repetitively coming to the board. And so, particularly for Danny and Wesley, for example, who are both speedsters, it's very difficult for them to get into a
99.
rhythm because they're constantly having to stand at the back of the stage for elongated periods of time.
60.
I, for one, think that the appearances here for Danny has helped him deal with that. I think he's had a few more appearances here than Wesley has.
25.
And you can see that he's a slightly more experienced than the twin brother is.
100.
But at the same time, both very capable.
Well, it's an interesting conundrum because Danny's the more experienced player, but Wesley's the one in better form right now.
137.
And so Danny's experience can help Wesley, and maybe Wesley's bit of X factor in terms of his performance levels in
85.
comparison to his brother can
Oscar
drag him
74.
along. So actually, they both got something that's interchangeable with one another, if you get my drift. Well, that drifted.
34. Netherlands a car 96.
Giving Holland a chance.
60. France a car 40. Gain shot on the 5th leg, France.
Yeah, once again, really good stuff from France here.
6th
Not
leg,
going
Netherlands to
away.
throw first. Game on.
Dutch here have to hold throw. We could take a dent.
125.
Group C aspirations of taking second place.
121.
It would more than open the door for Team Ireland in their next match.
60.
The defending champions, Team Ireland. We get the sense, because of how Germany are going in this group, that one of the 2 former champions here will be
45.
departing as come the end of this afternoon's play. Danny Van Tripe picking up the
100.
first ever Pairs trophy alongside the newly crowned Lakeside World Champ, or Champ du Monde, Jimmy Van Schie.
60.
Of course, France nearly had their own Champ du Monde in Thibaut Tricol at the Lakeside back in 2022.
140.
Losing out to a certain Neil Duff.
Champ, isn't that
17.
mushroom?
Netherlands a car 76.
Oh, no, that's champignon.
Gain shot
Well, there
on
was
the 6th
much
leg,
room in that
Netherlands.
double eight, and Danny Van Tripe finds it. 14 data for the Netherlands. And for the first
final
time
leg,
today,
France
we
to
can
throw
all the
first.
way
Game on.
to a last leg decider. That the leg by leg. Every single leg so far, as you can see on that scorecard, has gone with the team throwing first, which could be just the incentive for Team
41.
France.
Yeah, really didn't want that 41 to start, but they've
80.
got away with it.
45.
This could be a nervy leg, and
100. 60.
Just a 60. France have the initiative in this last leg.
41.
And they haven't really been able to take full advantage of it. They've given the Netherlands a second opportunity against the
96.
throw. And even by picking off just the 1 treble, they've given the French work to do.
yeah, Cash has to hit a treble here, you feel, of significance,
41.
and he hasn't, and so
60.
I feel the Dutch should turn the throw, but hasn't quite. Right where you need to hit a 140.
100.
He's hit a ton, which is good enough for the time being. But the French, you feel, will have to be out in 6 from this
100.
178. And hope a little bit, because the man Tripes are on 140.
85. Netherlands a car
Well, you could say that
140.
Cash has got his half. Oh, rapid fire. And he gets a deflection. But he's
116.
left himself
France a car
24
93.
for his team. So treble 19 went the positive route. Single 20 can't
53.
finish.
Netherlands
And now
got
it's in the lap of the
24.
gods for the French.
Stanley Van tried to bring it to a close. Double 6, big dart, big
Gain from the
find
match,
for
Netherlands.
Danny Van Tripe for Team Netherlands. They just about hang on there against Team France. They move on to 10 points in the group. A 4-3 win for Danny and Wesley Van Tripe over the French pair of Ian Cash and Nicolas Tullier. Next up, it's Northern Ireland against Kenya.
Yeah, welcome back to our viewers on Pluto TV from our break. And just before the break, we had the French pairing of Cash and Toulier taking on the Netherlands pairing of the Van Tripe twins. And Netherlands going out a 4-3 winners in an absolute ripper, which was very important to them. Went down to the last dart. Keeps them in the hunt for second position in Group C. Ireland look to be their main contenders for that currently. But on stage now, we have the teams of Northern Ireland, Neil Duff and
Northern
Richard
Ireland
McKee
first.
taking on the
Game
team
on.
from Kenya, David Manua and Peter Wachuri. When they
60.
returned home from exploits in the UK with their darting prowess, they have been heroes greeted at the airport.
81.
So have become superstars of the darting world as darts grows in Kenya.
45.
It's fair to say that Neil Duff and Richard McKee have probably not happy with their performance. Obviously, everybody comes here to qualify and make Saturday night, but
96.
kind of yesterday got away for them a little early doors. It just didn't click for them, and that sees them languishing in the group.
58.
They lost out 4-2 to the Netherlands in their first game today. And that's kind of left them with a mountain to climb. Not impossible,
85.
but mathematically a lot of games and matches would have to go their way to see the Northern Irish qualify.
100.
But they have the chance to be the spoiler. Kenya were in the mix until their last match, and they lost out 4-0 to
84.
the Republic of Ireland. So Ireland have kind of fended off one of their sort of enemies
140.
for
Can you count
the second place in Group C. Obviously, just to remind you, in Group C we have 6 teams. 2 from 6 go through to the Saturday night final. The Germans winning their
41.
first game today against France
Northern
4-1
Ireland,
in
98.
comprehensive fashion means that they're likely, they've got a foot in the door
58.
of making Saturday
count
night champions night
114.
already with 4 matches to go for them. And one other will go with them. The Netherlands have just squeaked to win and kept themselves in touch for that.
58. Northern
Ireland
Ireland
won
count
their game
40.
against Kenya, and that's kept them in touch for it. So we do have an exciting finish to this, but the Republic of Ireland are back in action after this game against the
Each other
all-dominant
first leg, Northern
Germans,
Ireland.
who
Second leg Kenya to throw first. Game on.
yesterday beat the Republic of Ireland very comfortably indeed, 4-1. So
60.
they will be looking for a reversal of that. But at the moment, we've got this game on here. There is monetary value for each position that you finish
40.
within the group attached to your position. So every game counts financially for your bank accounts, and nobody really wants to go home with less
55.
than what they possibly could. They want to max the job out.
Do anything for an extra couple of quid, which is why I'm going to sweep the carpets once this is done.
100.
I'll get you the brush.
What's his name? Basil.
60.
It is very good of you to volunteer, to be fair.
$180.
Well, visits like that is what pay you the big bucks. Hasn't left Northern Ireland on a finish,
28.
but it's left them in charge of this leg and an opportunity to move 2-0 to the good. Remember, just picked up the solitary win yesterday, did Northern Ireland. Can double up their account for this group if they can get over the line in this one. And what a leg this is. 36 left after 12. A perfect setup play.
Yeah, 180 and then 145 to lead the 36.
36.
Doesn't have to attack this,
Yeah,
but
he's on the
attacks it and
second
gets
leg,
it.
Northern
And
Ireland.
Northern Ireland 2-0 up.
Yeah, 3-4-1 and 8 darts. Not too shabby at all
Northern Ireland to throw first. Game
from the
on.
Northern Irish pair. But I have to say, I thought McKee was better in the first game today.
$41.
In which he has also changed the throw. He's actually leading off in this one.
Yeah, we've just been against the grain of the
81.
team tactic this week, where Neil Duff kind of stepped up and skipped at the side. And just getting a gauge of speaking to Neil and
100.
Richie at the end of yesterday's play. I get the sense that they're just out here. They're just going to go and enjoy themselves, ruin somebody else's day if they can. But the opportunities to play for your
83.
nation, Scott, you know as well as anybody else, they come few and far between. And you just never know when that last time's going to be.
Yeah, with my time at England, I always felt that I never owned the shirt. I was
94.
custodian of it until the next person comes along. And for me, I was thinking it may only last a year. 16 years later, I find
60.
myself still wearing the shirt. So I think that was the right attitude to have towards the shirt, so that you're mentally competing constantly to make the shirt yours. If you get the shirt and then feel it's yours without thought, those are the guys that sometimes drift away quite early, because it's not the
41.
mindset to have.
Not to sound like a LinkedIn dad here, but I remember reading some things that Gareth Southgate, the former England manager, said about his time playing and managing his
44.
nation. And I remember he saying that whenever you wear that England shirt, the Three Lions shirt in the football case, you're shouldering a responsibility that is far greater than
58.
yourself. You're playing for a
Northern
cause
Ireland 42.
far bigger than yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. And I kind of get that from him.
89.
But in a situation like this, where we play as an individual more than we ever play as a team player, for some to then be the team player, it comes a little bit alien.
22. Northern Ireland
And that's where the
53.
problems arise.
39 scored, so double 7 left.
$39. Kendrick Carr, 56.
So this potentially a route back in the game. This would be a breaker throw as well if Munya could find double top.
36.
They're unable to
Northern
do
Ireland
so, and
Carr,
so Neil
14.
Duff will come back, look at a double 7 to put them 3-0 to the good.
No score. Kendrick Carr, 20.
Bit of a flyer from Duff, and handing the
He's on the third leg,
opportunity
Kenya.
to a Cherry, and we know that he doesn't turn those down very often.
Fourth leg, Kenya to throw first. Game on.
It's a breaker throw.
$140.
And that's a really good off for Manure.
$125. $95. $100. $78. $27.
Well, it's a scrappy leg, but it's a little bit better than some of the stuff we saw in this fixture yesterday, where we saw back-to-back 30, yes, 3-0 dart legs.
81.
I would relay some of the numbers from that match, but I'll probably get told off for doing so.
123.
No need,
Daniel
Henry.
Carr,
There's just no
107.
need. So 88 left here then for David. Now 80. Does he go treble 20 or does he stay there on the treble 16? Needs to make a decision before he throws. Decided to stay with the treble
75.
16. Use a
Well,
positive
another
mind
card,
thought and
126.
hits it. So McKee on 126 to save it. Another one of those will leave double 6. That 19 leaves the bullseye. And what a save that would have
101.
been, and so
Daniel
close.
Carr, 32.
And you can see McKee's reaction to that.
Probably because it's the best dart he's thrown at the
He's
bullseye
on
all
the
week.
fourth leg,
Churi makes
Kenya.
no mistake with the double 16, and this game back level at 2-2.
Fifth leg, Northern Ireland to throw
Here
first.
comes Peter
Game
I
on.
Love Doubles Maturi and finishes off again.
Well, Northern Ireland led this game 2-0. They looked like they had control of it.
100.
They've been pegged back level. But Richard McKee looking to get them out of a hole here.
McKee hit 180 all day
30.
yesterday. He's hit 2 in this match, which shows that he's in better nick than he was yesterday.
60.
Maybe this change of order has helped the Northern Ireland team.
140.
And look, they're at the point of the week where they might as well just go for broke, change something, see if it works. Because, look, they knew before dart was thrown today
45.
they weren't going to qualify. Yes, mathematically they could have done so, but the likelihood would have meant that pretty much all 50 results would have to go in their favour.
75.
The win here for Northern Ireland would
100.
pretty much confirm Kenya's elimination from the competition.
$60. Northern
Yeah,
Ireland.
I
the
believe
car,
it was a 2-horse race
116.
for that second qualification spot here in Group C.
$52. $81. Northern Ireland car, 64.
So 64 here for Neil Duff to re-establish
fifth
the
leg,
Northern
Northern
Ireland
Ireland.
lead at 3-2. Superb
Sixth leg,
work
Kenya to throw first. Game on.
from his nation's first ever world champion. And I wonder whether there will be a day when we see an African player maybe climb to the top
50.
step at the Lakeside, the Ali Pali. You look at the WDF World Championship, for example. That's been running for 4 years now. Champions from Northern Ireland, Belgium,
91.
Republic of Ireland, Netherlands. There's been different champions from different nations every single year. There's no reason why someone like Peter Vachuri, say, more events
45.
on that circuit are being played in regions like Kenya and Egypt and places like that, which allowed a pathway for players from that area to play at the Lakeside, why someone like Peter couldn't qualify and then
30.
go on and make a huge indent in that tournament.
Yeah, I agree. Sometimes it's harder to get to these TV tournaments than to
100.
play there when you get there. All about opportunity. That's the likes of Justin Hurd and people like that. James Hurrell this year at the PDC World Championships all took
95.
advantage of their chances and kind of made it easier for them to keep a card come the end of the year.
I mean, without getting too political, I think
85.
maybe for someone like the WDF, maybe the next step. And I know that it's very easy for someone to sit in an ivory tower here in a commentary box and say things. I get it. Totally get it. But I'd love to see in the future there be a system where there is a guaranteed qualifier from Africa that plays at the Lakeside at the WDF World Championship, for example. We have it at the ADC Global, which of course is
76.
taking place later this year.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. Who's to say that these two wouldn't sort of create a wave within that tournament?
121.
Billie
Daniel
Jean
Carr,
King
145.
famously said, to be it, you've got to see it. Are we going to see this game go all the way? Well, the 145 doesn't go, and so
85.
Northern Ireland will return for 1, 2,
Northern
4.
Ireland, Carr,
And
124.
it's going to be Neil Duff who shoulders the responsibility to win this game for his nation. He's not going to find.
56. Daniel Carr, 60. $40. Northern Ireland Carr, 68.
To win the match, Richard McKee's going to have a dart at double 16.
36.
Doesn't go, and so
Daniel
it
Carr,
looks
20.
like we are heading all the way. Vachuri and doubles
Getting
have been a
shoulder
great
six like
relationship this week. And he rekindles that love on
Seventh
double
final
10
leg, Northern
to
Ireland, you
take
go
us the
first. Game on.
distance.
$60.
Well, it has been a rather topsy-turvy ride so far in this contest. No one's really been able to wiggle away from one another.
140.
What gives in this last leg decider? Northern Ireland fire a blank Kenya with two
41.
big trebles. And now they've got a great chance to really hit for home.
Need a treble, got one. Are they going to get two?
100.
Not quite. Good visit, though, from Vachuri under the circumstances.
$45. $26.
Not now, David. Not now will Peter be thinking.
$30.
But Duff has not helped the situation there. Oh, big visit from Vachuri to buy some time.
And so this, to get the game wrapped up, 95 for Kenya.
45. Kenya Khan, 95.
To win what has at times been a rather scrappy contest. Someone 19 will go straight for it. Thinking about his options now, there would have been
76.
one or two players who would have been inclined to a split with that dart placed where it was and the position Northern Ireland were in.
That's as good an option as any. 19 left sat there for Peter Vachuri.
125. Kenya Khan, 19.
It's all about the three. Go on the 17 side. Do it Van Tripe way. Oh, he goes 11 for his favoured double 4. And he hits it and takes it. Shakes his head. But it's a 4-3 win in the favour of the Kenyans. Lovely little handshakes at the end there. Disappointment from the Northern Ireland guys, but a real tight match, as you can see from the averages. We're going to head into a short break, and when we return, we bring back tabletoppers Germany taking on the Republic of Ireland.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are heading towards the end of the second round's worth of matches here on this Friday afternoon. Before the break, we saw Team Kenya get the better of Team Northern Ireland by 4 legs to 3. That moves them on to 6 points in the table. But now this is a huge clash between Team Germany and Team Republic of Ireland. For Germany, if they win this, they move on to 14 points. They'll be 6 points clear of the team they face now, with just 6 points left to play for in this Group C. However, if the Republic of Ireland could win this game, all of a sudden things get rather interesting, because they'll keep Germany on 12, they'll move on to 10, and the Netherlands would have a chance to ensure of a three-way tie when they take on Germany in Game 8 in a couple of matches' time. Now, I can give you a bit of backstage goss, Scott, because between Game 4 and Game 5, I nipped out the comms box for a couple of moments, and Team Germany were making their way towards the stage. They thought they were playing Game 5 of the afternoon session. That is how eager they are to get on the stage and to get some wins under their belt.
Sometimes sitting at the top of the table, you can be sat pretty. But sometimes being sat up there at the top of the table, you can be a sitting duck.
$96.
That's a Team Germany. They kind of started where they left off yesterday, didn't they? I know they missed a few darts at a double against France, but they never really looked in trouble, did they, against Ian Cash and Nicolas Tullier, won by 4 legs to 1. That was despite missing 11 darts at a double
83.
in that contest.
I do think there's going to be a little bit of
129.
the doings of the early doors here as could dictate where this one goes.
$82.
And the reason I say that is because I believe that Ireland here really need this win more than Germany do.
120.
So I have a feeling that there's a little bit more freedom for Germany if they allow themselves to think like that. They will look at that and think they know it's a must-win for them to try and get them out of the battle with the Netherlands. The Netherlands will be really interested on the goings-on with this one in the back room, I'm sure.
Getting shot on the first leg, Germany.
Well, that clips off the barrel of double 6, and Daniel Closer closes out leg 1
Second
for
leg
Team
Ireland to go
Germany.
first. Game on. $60.
Germany's second most famous closer after Miroslav. World Cup winner, wasn't he, back in 2014? Did he score the winning goal in the final? Mario Götze, my apologies,
100.
scored the winning goal. Shouldn't talk football with the Republic of Ireland around. They narrowly missed out on a trip to America this summer. Lost in the
140.
playoffs to the Czechs.
I think America have missed out by not having the Irish there, is my opinion. It would have been party time for them in the good old US of A.
$60. $60.
Well, this has been a really good start from Team Germany. I know it's only a leg and a bit, averaging around the ton constantly, apart from the exception of that visit there. Everything else in terms of scoring phase has been at least a treble per visit, which is just giving them opportunities. And there's a treble with dart 1, there's a treble with dart 2. And then down for the bullseye with dart 3, but off target. And the reason why he went down there for the 25 was because by hitting that, it means
101.
that there's an
Jimmy the car,
opportunity
103.
to leave themselves on a 2-darter. 103 required here for Daniel Closer. He's been scaring these types of finishes all day. But
71.
he's still not able to take one out.
Out of the car, 40.
Big chance this for Ireland. Not really close up to yet.
35.
Last one was, but he
Jimmy the car,
knows
32.
that's a massive chance gone begging.
Game
And
shown the
Kroner's
second
been
leg,
doing this at
Germany.
the start of the day for the
Third leg,
team,
Germany
and
to throw first. Game on.
O'Shea left to wonder at the table, the drinks table, what could have been, and slight tap on the forehead for him.
60.
Disappointed, and he's got to get over that now, otherwise it stretches into the next throw, and then you cause yourself problems immediately in
59.
the next leg.
Well, the thing is, it's almost as if he knew what was going to happen next when he missed those couple of darts. That Kroner would turn into the Yoki. The way that he's been finishing, he
58.
expected one of 3 opportunities at double 16 to go, and it duly did.
Another thing that players used to do back in the days when we used to play a lot of pairs in the BDO was
134.
you would decide who would throw first and who would throw second. But sometimes you'd send the second thrower up for the bullseye, so that if they then missed the bullseye, they weren't immediately throwing disappointed the
134.
first 3 darts of the match. Because if you missed the bullseye, you threw the 4th time. So 3 others had thrown in front of you after a disappointing bullseye, and you were kind of over it by then,
126.
and then you'd step up and hit a ton or a 140.
Do you know what? I genuinely didn't know that you could pick anybody. I thought as soon as you picked who the player was to throw first in the game, they had to throw for the bullseye
85.
themselves.
In a World Cup, yes. In a Europe Cup, yes. Anything like that. But in a pairs competition, say the England Open pairs or whatever, no. No, you can pick the
140.
second
Jimmy
player
164.
to go for the ball, and then he steps back and allows the first player to go with a clear mind, having not lost anything, not lost the bull up. A lot of people didn't cotton on to that. And it was... And you look at the
94.
players and the pairs that were winning,
Car, 42.
lots and lots of pairs in the BDO at that time. Adams and Montgomery. It was pairs like that. Gary Thompson, Scott Waits. Although Scott
James on
Waits
the
would never
third
let
leg,
Gary Thompson
Ireland.
go for the ball. Heenahan gets it back to 2-1.
But
Fourth
actually, there's
leg,
also
Ireland is
logic
the
behind
first.
it, because
Game on.
effectively, the player that you're sending in to throw first, you're sending in as the scorer, where the player you're sending in second, in effect, is the player that you're sending in to finish off the leg. So in a bullseye where you're going for a target to effectively finish off a leg, it actually makes sense for the finisher to partake in that exercise as opposed to the power scorer, perhaps, or the player that you want to send out to score.
Yeah, the one that made me aware of it was former Hampshire County captain and England player Roy Brown, who
59.
I played pairs with early doors, 2008, 2009, 2010, until he gave up the circuit. I owe an awful lot to Roy
60.
for those early years in shaping me as a player for the circuit. He'd had a little bit of experience of it, and
58.
he taught me a lot. There are a few players like that within my darting life all the way through. There are people that have helped you mentally and just learn the game. Any player that's been
100.
around for a long time, at the start they would have had 2 or 3 influences that got them through the local stuff, and then onto the county stuff, and then onto the England stuff, and then for me it was onto the kind of the world stage with world championships and world
60.
masters sort of appearances on TV.
$60. One of them, 40.
Well, I believe just having a chat to somebody backstage that the players have got the choice to pick who they want for the ball off in the final on Saturday, should they want to.
140.
But I hear it's only relevant to the final and the last game.
Yeah.
It's the only time we do a bull up here. So those of you that may be new viewers to us because it's the International Pairs Week. All week there is only one bull up for the players, and it's on the final
100.
if you make the final.
America 81.
Well, there's still over the game at 2-2. We might see the bull in play here. He will if John O'Shea hits a big 12, in which he does.
Game shown the
Well, they do
Flag
get to the final.
Island.
Put him up for the bull off because he's just found it. 2-2.
Fifth leg Germany to throw first. Game
Yeah,
on.
a large scream comes out. You have to say Ireland roaring their way back into this at 2-2.
Nothing less than you'd expect. This pair playing with fire, passion, and renewed belief.
100.
And ever since they picked the game plan of Heenahan will throw first, no matter what happens, and they'll stick with it. They've been a different quantity. They have shown up as we got to the series business of this week, just like they did when they won the title last
125.
time.
$140.
Really good visit there from Kroner. Here goes O'Shea.
140.
Follows him as well. One thing you say about John O'Shea, he has passion.
140.
So do these two Germans as well. 140s back-to-back, getting them down to 1-2-1.
$77.
In any other game, 125 and 140, you'd be in the mix
121.
after 9. Unfortunate for that one to fall out because now that leaves Heenahan and O'Shea on 159, and Closer and Kroner have 6 from here.
89.
Sensible play from the young man.
Well, there was no way that he was going to do anything flashy like go for the bullseye in that suit. Probably the least likely
57.
player of the 12 to do so.
I was
32.
screaming in my head, no need, no need, no need, and he did the right thing and went for the 18.
Game shown the fifth leg Germany.
And then relies on his partner to take out the double 16, and that is
Six leg
how
Ireland to throw
teamwork
first. Game
works.
on.
Sometimes the hollering and the shouting, yeah, it can lift you as a player, but you've got to remember there's a knock-on effect to the action. There will be a reaction from your
100.
opponents. It may well lift them too, or it could make them fold. But from my experience at this level, you're giving them a reason to play well.
180.
Germany are going through the gears, average just under 99. Ireland themselves, again, are finding themselves on the receiving end of a good performance.
60.
Happened a couple of times yesterday. It's happening again here. And the problem they've got is it'll effectively see Germany
42.
through. They'd still have to dot some I's and cross some T's, but they'll be pretty much home and hosed. But they'll also find themselves behind the 8 ball, and they'll need Germany to do them a favour in Game 8 against the Van Truyck twins.
140.
Otherwise, they really could find their backs firmly against the wall.
You could see the passion in John O'Shea while Heenahan is throwing. Every time he hits a 60, he's like, come on.
Now, if it is a case of Ireland and Netherlands
59.
following each other tit for tat all the way to home, then they play each other in game 13 of the session, the first game of the final round worth of fixtures.
36.
And because it's game 13, it could be unlucky for one of those two teams.
100.
One 3-3 here. Single 19. Oh, he's gone too big and hit the double.
152. Germany car 120.
120 then for Closer to close this out.
I fancy this to go. And he's got a lot of target to see. and a lot of
showing
target to
Germany.
get. And that is 7 heaven for Team Germany. They are almost home and hosed in this international pairs. They have been spotless, and they have put in one of the best performances we have seen so far this week. And for the second day in succession, they saved their best for when they face the Republic of Ireland. A 96.13 average, 4 from 8 on the doubles. It's a 4-2 win for Team Germany. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We have seen 6 games on this Friday afternoon at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it is normal service resumed for Team Germany. They had the throw in each of their opening 2 games. They've won their opening 2 games. It's the Netherlands who have made the big push in behind them, having won both of their opening matches. John O'Shea was leading the line for the Republic of Ireland. Richard McKee doing so for Northern Ireland. Danny Van Tripe and Wesley Van Tripe picking up a couple of wins. That man there, Paul Kroner's kicked off where he left off on Thursday. The German team oh so close now towards qualification, and the Republic of Ireland, having lost their previous match against Germany before the break, mean that they have got work to do. The Netherlands with a 2-point lead ahead of them in the league standings. As for Team Kenya, they are out of contention in this year's International Pairs Championship. Well, that was Team Germany's 4-2 success against the Republic of Ireland before the break. And this is how the opening 6 matches of the session have gone. So, to the league standings, and this is how things look as we head towards the midway point of the day. Team Germany, top of the table on 14 points, the Netherlands on 10. Team Ireland on 8, Kenya 6, Northern Ireland and France both with 2 points respectively. Game 7 sees France and Kenya go head-to-head. For Peter Wachuri and David Munya. They are looking to move on to 8 points, level with Team Ireland in the league standings. As for France, Cash and Tullier are looking to move on to 4 points, double their points tally ahead of the meeting between the Netherlands and Germany. Germany looking to progress further, winning that one. The Netherlands could make them hold the phone, Scott Mitchell.
Could indeed. Again,
First leg, Kenya to throw first.
this is one of those games where
Game on.
monetary value and table position can change.
60.
I feel that once you're kind of feeling out of it, you can throw with a bit more freedom, and
45.
but that's when you're playing for yourself, not when you're playing for your nation's shirt on your back. There's still an element of pride. There's still an element of wanting to perform well.
95.
Yeah, we get to this point where it is that comes into play
95.
for a lot of the teams. It's 2 for 3. You get the sense now that are going to make it in. Germany, they look like they're there. It does feel effectively like a straight shootout between the Republic of
27.
Ireland and the Netherlands, who, as I say, if the results go to plan, they meet in game 13, the first game of the final
59.
round's worth of fixtures. But as I say, we had a bit of
95.
breakfast with the French team this morning, and I think more than anything, they're just trying to embrace the experience and embrace the opportunity they've got here as much as they possibly can. Well, that'll do.
174.
That'll more than do for Ian Cash.
$94. Francis Carwood and 28. $27. Kenya Carwood and 30.
Maybe 25 would have been better with that last dart to try and leave them under a ton.
105.
Jury.
Francis
The
Carwood.
bullseye, a good go.
Game shot the first
Really
leg,
good
France.
6 darts there from Ian Cash. The
Second leg, France to
174 and the
throw first.
101.
Game on.
Sublime from him.
So France break, striking first blows in this game.
95.
Cash did hit a 115 yesterday.
$100. $43.
was in the game against the Netherlands.
64.
In the same game, Julia hit a 120, and they still lost 4-2 with 2 ton-plus finishes.
45. $78.
Yeah, still awaiting that second win of the group and their first win since their opening game of the group against Team Northern
57.
Ireland.
$59. $100.
Oh, France lead themselves first to finish, looking to double their lead to
France
2-zip.
161.
Can Ian cash in?
100. Kenny Car 140.
Well, finds a ton to leave his teammate on 61 unless Wachuri can find something out the top draw. Another one of them. He looks at Tots, gets the first of them. Gets the second. Perfect, Peter.
Third leg Kenya to throw first. Game on.
Well, that has come from absolutely nowhere. And we shouldn't be too surprised the way that Peter Wachuri's been finishing at times
85.
this week.
Yeah, it's the Team Kenya never say die attitude, isn't it? 2 ton-plus finishes in this game.
51.
And we're at 1-1.
$43. $140.
Well, that 140 means a similar score for Nicolas Tullier. We'll leave him first to a finish in this leg. I was just about to
130.
say France were beginning to wrestle the throw off of Team Kenya, but that 2-treble score there with David Munya puts them back in charge of them. Another treble, as I say, leaves them on a finish. Back-to-back 140, leaves themselves on the big fish up after just 9 darts thrown.
$96. France Car 170.
There'll be no fishing here.
98. Kenya Car 164.
But will we see a 164?
Yeah, another one of those. Not going to be this time. 88 left. The
97.
treble 16
France Car
came underneath
72.
and hit the treble 7. Double 6 incoming.
66.
Doesn't go.
Kenya Car 67.
So it's Wachuri again back for 67.
Double top.
28.
No 6-7 for Wachuri.
France Car 6.
They could be left in 6s and 7s. If he hit cash, could have had the double
score.
free, but he strayed the wrong side.
Kenya Car 39.
Double 18.
Game shown the third leg Kenya.
Found by David Munya to lead this game for Team Kenya
Fourth leg
by
France
2
first.
legs
Game
to
on.
1.
$100. $26.
Still spirited, Team Kenya, even if they're not going to get to the end goal on Saturday.
100.
If they lost that leg, they would have found themselves in 6s and 7s.
140.
Don't actually know where that 6-7 thing comes from, but I can only imagine it comes from the football phrase when you're at 6s and 7s, where basically your centre half and your midfield are completely lost with one another, and that defensively, and you can see the goal as a result of it.
Yeah, I've tried to get some very intelligent people to explain that to me. They don't really know what it's all about either.
60.
Well, Cash and Tullier looking at
92.
1-4-1 to level this game up at 2-2.
$45.
Back for 96 to square the contest up at 2-2. Well, it should be down for the 19s here. It's down for the 19s. And they'll take that for a set-up play. We'll come back for 58 if Ian Cash could have taken out the 96, of which he's not up to the task
56.
of.
Can you car 58?
Touch unlucky from Cash, but they will be waiting to go. If Wachuri misses here, he thought that was in. That one is in.
Kenya.
And it's Kenya go 3-1 to the good.
Fifth leg Kenya to throw first. Game on. $58. $140.
I've actually managed to get to the bottom of this whole 6-7 thing, and apparently it originates back to basketball, where a player with the number 67 jersey was rather popular. I don't know who and what team, but basically
100.
it's something to do with the height or something like that, 6'7", or then when they wore the 67, and then a fan managed to and did that thing. And that's the rest. That's what I've got anyway from my director, is an ether of information.
He did the hand movement, didn't he? Going 6'7", 6'7" live on TV. So
57.
If all else today, we've at least learnt that.
Knowledge is the bomb, Henry. It's just that you and I didn't have enough brains to
69.
blow our own nose.
$60.
Oh, that's an opening for
France.
France.
144.
Oh, 144 for France. Not to beat.
$88.
And so they will return for 56 to get a break back, return the game to 3-2, and then have the darts in the next to take us all the way to a last leg decider.
Car 56.
Yeah, good stuff
on the
from
fifth leg France.
Ian Cash.
Sixth leg France to throw first. Game on.
Well, that probably tells you the story of the games, but a lot
60.
of one treble turns, but not too much more than that. It's been okay, but it hasn't been sublime. Will probably be the prognosis of this contest.
41. $82.
Cherry celebrates his 180.
And that could just be the difference maker. It's wrestled the throw away
46.
from the French pair of Cash to the end. To be fair, this is what Kenya have done very well, is get results against teams in and around them in the table, beating the likes of Northern Ireland, beating the likes of France.
81.
And it's why us and the odds compilers felt they weren't out of it overnight with the position that they were in.
Yeah, it's just been the size above them they've been able to get. With the exception of the Republic of Ireland, they've not been able to get any kind of change out of so far.
$140.
Well, by hitting the treble, it means it's okay, but if he'd hit just a single there, David would have been left on 99, a free dart out.
92. Canoe car 59.
As luck would have it, David Munya is throwing 2 darts at double one because he's hit the treble 19, but he only needed 1 dart at double one to win that game. A 4-2 success for Team Kenya against Team France. They move on to 8 points in the table. They're not completely out of it, but they're going to need a lot of favours further down the line. That the tale of the tape. Next up, big game between the Netherlands and Germany. Here we go then. Game 8 could seal the Netherlands and Germany's fate potentially. Germany need just 3 legs to qualify through to tomorrow night's final. A win for the Netherlands would put them in pole position ahead of the Irish pairing of Conor Heenahan and John O'Shea, who'll go out to bat against Northern Ireland in game number 9 of the session. Well, Wesley Van Tripe is having a chat with Paul Kroner about his equipment, I think. Don't know what that was all about. But they're a rather interesting duo anyway, Danny and Wesley. Anything can happen at any particular moment in time. You may have seen early on this morning that we were doing an interview with them prior to the first game getting underway. Well, you didn't quite see what happened off the camera, which was rather comical and potentially career-ending for the said interviewer. They are a rather boisterous duo, the Dutch boys. And I don't think they have a clue as to what the
First leg, Netherlands to throw
order
first.
is and whether the game's about to begin. Well, it is about to start. It is game on. And it is Danny Van Tripe that will get the Dutch going.
Well, it just goes to show who's looking at the running order in the back room.
100.
They're obviously, both teams are full on the practice board. I hope they didn't over-practice before this one. We want to see the best of it out here.
Well, let's put it this way. One team didn't know who was thrown first in this game, and one team walked out before another game thinking they were playing when they weren't. Other than that, it's all going great.
50.
And these are the top 2 in this group.
Like you say, neither team have to hit the panic button just yet and get all
81.
desperado on us.
Well, it's not about panicking. It's about hitting for home, particularly if your team Germany.
46.
You can see the checkered flag in front of them. We know how good they are when it comes to motorsport. As they get towards the final lap,
100.
they'll see the finishing line in front of them. They want to speed through the checkered flag. But in the world of Formula One, it's all about the Dutch and Max Verstappen.
53. $140.
Well, tops left after 12.
100.
And you know what? This has been kind of a hallmark of Germany's performance over the course of the last couple of days.
Getting shown the first
Paul
leg, Germany.
Kroner has been so good at leaving Daniel Closer something handy.
Second leg,
And with
Germany
his
to throw
finishing
first.
prowess,
Game
he's
on.
duly obliged again.
But they've been as comfortable the other way round when Closer hasn't been able to hit a double with his last start. Kroner comes in and finishes it off. There's a dynamic where they're not frightened to
58.
miss because they know the other is going to pick it up. They have the confidence in them, and you can't buy that. You can't
58.
buy that. There's a dynamic that you can't have a go at one another about it. Oh, hang on a minute. You missed that double in that game. If you start all that business,
59.
you start causing yourself problems. And I don't believe for a minute these two have done that. I think they've
100.
been happy to go in there, sit, rest on their laurels, and let the others do all the talking as well in that back room.
And you said it so often this week. Paul Nicholson said it so often this week. It's all about complementing one another,
97.
which is probably what they're doing better than any other team this week.
There is a dynamic,
100.
and I have seen it before with pairs, that one player of the pair keeps nagging the lazy one and telling them they need to step up and this, that, and the other. And when
59.
you've got one of you as a lazy player or a laid-back player and can sometimes fall asleep at the hockey, I can see why that works
60.
as well, with one of you having to constantly torment the other to get them to play.
There hasn't been any of that because they both pretty much played in sync. Both played to the same level all week long so
125.
far.
$85. Germany car 103.
103 for Kroner. 96 remaining.
It's unusual that he misses the big number, but he hasn't missed the big treble.
Getting
And
shown
then
the
he's
second
gone and
leg,
taken it
Germany.
out. 103. for Paul Kroner.
Third leg, Netherlands to throw first. Game on.
They are looking dandy once more.
One leg away from confirming
100.
what feels like the inevitable. I don't think there was any doubt that Germany were going to make it through,
96.
probably even before a dart was thrown today. From this point, you would need something
60.
beyond the realms of Leicester City 5,000 to 1 to win the Premier League to deny Germany a spot through to tomorrow night.
58.
Forget foxes and hen houses, you need foxes under Ranieri.
One of them, Foxy.
Talking of foxes, they are in all sorts of problems, aren't they?
Yeah, League One for them next year, but
45.
it's Route 1 for Germany and the Netherlands here, and it's 201 for Wesley Van Truyt to try and
40.
reduce the gap. Now he's just about left his brother on a finish.
$81. Netherlands are car 161. $65.
All about leaving it handy. All about leaving it handy. And handy, he's left it.
174.
All of a
Netherlands
sudden,
are
the
car
Dutch could be
96.
on the receiving end of a double break if Wesley cannot take out 76 in 2. Double 8. Oh,
Gains from the
superb.
third
They
leg,
were
Netherlands.
under the pump and they find a really good two-figure
Fourth leg
kill, a
Germany to
free
go
dart
first. Game
kill,
on.
and it's back to 2-1.
Yeah, excellent. 100% on the doubles from both teams here early doors. Netherlands battling away.
100.
Closer pops in with a 180. Well, first of the match, and Paul Kroner did like that.
85.
Do you know what? I would not be surprised if these are odds on tomorrow to win the tournament. I really wouldn't be surprised. Because I've
57.
not seen a team look as good as these have all week long. Not Belgium, not America, not Wales,
59.
not no one. This is the team to beat. Let's get that right and let's put those cards on the table.
I think we'll find out who thinks what, particularly with the odds compilers
One of
come
them,
Saturday
40.
night. But these two have been mighty impressive. When somebody is asked the
124.
question, they put it into another gear, don't they, and step it up. We saw O'Shea and Heenahan do
52.
exactly the same for Ireland against the Germans, and they stepped up when they needed it, leaving John O'Shea stood at the hockey shaking his head when they lost.
59.
And you have to
Junicar
say,
72.
up to now, this is another performance of similar ilk.
Well, there's to send them through.
52.
They will go through, and they probably will in this leg. But they're going to have to wait a few darts more to
98.
coronate
Junicar
themselves
20.
through Group C.
Game
And
shown
they
the
are
fourth
through,
leg
and they are
Germany.
in. And that's 3-1 Germany.
Fifth leg Netherlands to throw first. Game on.
Well, I think Wesley's just pointing up to the lighting rig.
60.
And he did just take a step back for a second. So I think just I'll put the Dutch for a couple of moments
42.
there, and they kicked off that leg trebleless.
100. 133. $60.
Well, it looks like now this group comes down to one game in game 13, providing results go to plan. Because this game looks like this is Romeo done. This game is 2 times 10 plus 1.
146.
146 to get it wrapped up.
$96.
What do you mean this has got 21 seconds to go, this game? Is that what you mean?
It could well have 21 seconds to go.
81. Dominicar 50.
It may just have 2 more darts to go. Or 3, because that's a slip. This to seal it in style.
18. Netherlands car 145. $60. Dominicar 32.
That probably sums it up for Wesley Van Tripe and the Netherlands. Double 16 for the match. That's 8 out of 8 for Team Germany. And they are most certainly the team to beat in this tournament. We fought it before a dart was thrown. The bookies fought it before a dart was thrown. And Team Germany are going to take some stopping tomorrow night. Of that, there is no doubt whatsoever. They beat Team Netherlands by 4 legs to 1. That, the tail of the tape. Next up, Ireland against Northern Ireland. Team Germany are into Saturday night. They've got the better of the Netherlands by 4 legs to 1. Average of 92.18. 4 for mate on their doubles. And a 103 checkout to boot. Game 9 is a meeting between the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland. And this is how the table looks going into it. Germany top on 16. The Netherlands on 10. Ireland and Kenya on 8. Well, I wonder what we're going to get from this. Republic of Ireland, Northern Ireland, an all-Ireland clash as we head towards the second half of the afternoon action here. And we are back tonight from 10 o'clock to see how Group B is going to come to an end. Well, for the Republic of Ireland, these games against the sides at the bottom of the table, they're must-wins. Cannot afford any slip-ups now with the Netherlands above them. And having seen their closest rivals drop points, this opportunity, a win by any kind of margin because of the legs difference, would mean they would ascend
First leg Ireland
to the
first.
top
Game on.
of the table. Although if they were to lose and lose heavily, it would actually bring Kenya back into play. Now Kenya play the Netherlands in the next game. The Republic of Ireland will then take on Team
16.
France. Then we'll see Germany take on Northern Ireland. That's in a dead rubber contest. It looked like for a while the meeting between the Republic of Ireland and the Netherlands in game 13 would be the all-important decider. But depending on how things go, that may well just be the game that sets the clubhouse lead ahead of Kenya against Germany
100.
in match 14 of the session. And then the final game as well, a dead rubber between Northern Ireland and France.
81.
Seasoned veterans of the Super Series who have watched through the ages will know that games like this are not a foregone conclusion.
One of them, 40.
There are points when the guys down the bottom end of the table start to throw with freedom and go, do you know what? We've done all that trying and huffing and
97.
puffing. It hasn't worked. And they sort of kind of relax a little. And all of a sudden, the trebles start to fall their way. The doubles start to
60.
fall their way. Now, Ireland, in the form of O'Shea and Heaterham, will not be hoping that happens here in this one.
32. Out of the card, 41.
So the Republic of Ireland, 6 darts and 1-4-1 to take the opening leg. Heading down to go up and now double 12. And that would have been
170.
another moment of Hino magic.
The backward 1-4-1, and I can, not because they're holding the darts backward, because that would be totally illegal. The rules
45.
do state that you
Out
have
of
to
the
throw the
card,
dart point
24.
first. So throwing flight first would not be good, but
Each on the first
when I
leg
say it's
Ireland.
backwards, it's because they went for the 57 first rather than going
Second leg
60
Northern
first,
Ireland
then
to throw
57
first.
and
Game
back
on.
up. So we're now seeing the 57 as the first time route now more and more.
60.
Because if you do hit that, then go for the treble 20 again. The double 12 is kind of adjacent, just a touch higher than the treble 20 on its
96.
left-hand side, and maybe slightly easier to hit that way round, is the line of thought.
Well, you're not chasing around the board. It was something that was probably
65.
made famous by Gezi Price, or at least made fashionable by the Iceman anyway. When he went through that spell of hitting 9 darters, pretty much in any arena, whether it be the World Championship, the Premier League, where he hit 2 in a night.
100.
What would be actually one of Nigel Pearson's last commentaries before we sadly lost him.
Yeah, dear Nige.
80.
I would see him at the darts and we would talk Speedway.
One of the best ever, wasn't he?
And I would see him at the Speedway and we'd talk darts. It was a fantastic man who encouraged me in my
123.
commentary of Speedway. He said, why wouldn't you do it? You've been a fan forever. Why wouldn't you do it? Give it a go. Go for it, Scotty. And that's why I started the commentary with Speedway, was
140.
because of Nigel. And ironically, on one of my Speedway commentaries, it was the day that he passed away, and I had to announce of his passing to
126.
a Speedway
Northern Ireland
listening world, and
156.
that one put a lump in my throat. One of the most difficult couple of minutes of commentary I've ever had to do.
118.
Well, good setup
Alan
there
McCarr,
for
56.
Neil Duff. Okay, it's double 19, but it's a double nonetheless. If Heenahan misses tops, doesn't like this part of the board
He's
too
on the
much,
second
but he
leg,
finds a
Ireland.
plum there. And the Republic of Ireland get a break, and they have a 2-0 lead
Ireland
to
is in
boot.
first. Game on.
Well, 30 darts, as you can see on your
46.
scorecard there, to put Ireland 2-0 to the good.
Yeah, 16 and 14, they're good for it, but Duff is bringing some resistance here.
Yeah, they've changed the throw again, haven't they, Team Northern Ireland? Neil Duff's gone into bat
85.
first. There was a game where Richard McKee did take the honour. Big Leeds United fan is Richie. That's one thing I've learnt earlier on today.
39.
I'm sure he will be eagerly watching his Lily Whites on Sunday when they take on Chelsea in the FA Cup semi-finals at Wembley.
140.
Would that be managerless, Chelsea?
Yes, yes. Yeah. Liam Rossignol-less
45.
Chelsea.
Did I hear that it cost Chelsea an awful lot of money to sack him?
It cost them
100.
£24 million to sack him, but if you wanted to buy Sheffield Wednesday, it was £20 million. As Heenahan looks at 130 here to open up a 3-0 lead. Good
99.
performance this from
Alan
the
McCarr,
Republic,
130.
averaging 98 and change. But the shots off after dart, well, now he's going to have to recover with dart 3 following the bounce out. That's why he went
55.
down there for the 25 and ball.
Northern
Finds the
Ireland
ball,
covered
Brucey
in
Bonus
38.
at 25 would have at least left John on a 2-darter. But this for 138.
I thought we were going to be saying Keith Delariya out there from
75.
Neil Duff.
$69.
Hey, full respect to that finish.
Northern Ireland 24.
It's the old-fashioned way now, though, isn't it? You don't see it done that way very often.
Yeah, but he did it to win a world championship, Scott. Let's not mistake it. Double
Gates on
six
the
foul
third
for
leg,
Richie
Northern
McKee
Ireland.
to bring it back to 2-1.
Yeah, known as the Milky Bar Kid for
Fullback
not long
Northern
after
Ireland
that
go
as well,
first.
wasn't he? He
Game
was
on.
a young man.
21 years old at the time, an unprecedented feat.
Until Luke Littler came along.
55.
Yeah, no one's ever going to win it at 17 ever again. Let's get that right. Freak of nature.
Oh, we've got Mitchell Laurie and Kaya
100.
Basil now banging down the door here in the commentary box, because I think they feel a little bit differently. Nothing like a bit of youth and exuberance and confidence.
60.
Mentioned Mitchell Laurie, and Neil Duff has been associated with
78.
him and attached with him of late. Giving him a bit of guidance in the
140.
early part of his career.
$96. $60. $60.
Good set up there, son Neil.
130.
Nearly perfect.
And the car 167.
Two darter left, unless Heenahan has got a moment of magic. But he couldn't quite find the treble
95.
20, which would have afforded him a dart at the
Northern
ball.
Ireland
And so
56.
McKee returning for 56 to bring this game back to an equilibrionic point.
Game shown the fourth
He
leg,
does
Northern
exactly
Ireland.
that. 2-2, Desmond.
Fifth leg Ireland to throw first. Game on. $119.
You have to say, Ireland took off
100.
pretty well in this match and got to a 2-0 lead. Northern Ireland have worked hard to get it back to 2-2.
100.
Paramount for Ireland that they hold the throw here and go 3-2 up. Otherwise, if they do lose the
43.
throw, Northern Ireland would have the darts to see the game out.
82.
You can see the fist pump there from Heenahan about hitting that last treble 19. He knew that was vital on that visit.
60. $100.
Really good last start there from the Joker, John O'Shea.
Good riposte on McKee. Oh,
140.
perfect riposte. Do leave Northern Ireland
And
on a
the
finish,
car
but
100.
Heenahan looking at a ton. And the way that he's been finishing at times today, you wouldn't put it past him, but had to find treble 50 with dart 2 unable to get.
40.
Goes to the treble 10 because it was only next door and he'd already had one dart down there. But Duff was on the 158. He's a whisker away from the treble 20.
52.
Moves out because he was going to get deflection off his
60.
own dart there. So he moved out and unfortunately didn't hit a desired target. O'Shea, target for him is double top with last dart in hand.
40.
And oh,
Northern Ireland car 100.
he's dragged that one a little low. I think it caught the flight of the previous dart.
Yeah, you could see just that flicker with the final dart there off the initial one. Could have bust, actually, if the truth be told.
58.
But Heenahan on double 10. He's been good down on the southern side of the board this
On the
week.
fifth leg Ireland.
And he finds the double 10 to put the Republic 3-2 to the good.
Sixth leg Northern Ireland to throw first. Game on.
Telling his teammates, switch on. Maybe Stinner one of Neil Duff's phrases, wise up.
140.
Duff has gone away well. That's a bit of a blocker. Heenahan always comes down, but he's a good cover shooter.
96.
And once again picks up one treble on the lower side of the board.
$54. $58.
It was unlucky not to find a little more there. So Ireland are 40 behind plus these.
140.
He's the 167 after 9. Good stuff from Duff and McKee.
43. Northern Ireland car 167.
Feels like from here, this game is destined to go all the way to a last leg decider. Got to be careful here.
63.
Big pick off for the last. 140 though, there is a bit of pressure applied.
$96. Northern Ireland car 104.
Stay there. I was looking to find that kind deflection off the barrel. Didn't come.
48.
Oh, it didn't come indeed. Oh, another one of those. Pressures the 56. Oh, he gets the deflection and
125.
comes to abrupt
Northern
stop on the
Ireland
hockey. He
56.
knows. McKee 1 at 10s to level it up.
46.
Goes inside.
Alan Ducar 83.
Now O'Shea has a chance. Needs to get a dart at the ball. It's the minimum requirement here. 66. Bullseye.
58.
Wires the bullseye. Really
Ireland
gave it a good
10.
go, didn't he, O'Shea?
Well, that a match start missed. Are they going to come back for 2 more? No, they're
H on
not.
the sixth leg, Northern Ireland.
And if there's one game that Northern Ireland maybe would have targeted today, it would have been this derby match.
Semi-final leg.
As I say, they
Ireland
knew they couldn't
first,
go through,
game
but what they
one.
can do is really upset the apple cart, and they really would derail the defending champions' potential route to Saturday night if they were to win this contest. But to do so, they're going to have to find a break of throw, and Conor Heenahan stepping up to the plate for his nation, fires in a max, and you can hear how pumped up, fired up he is.
Excellent start from Heenahan.
This is a game
85.
where timing is everything. The big score, the big yelp, did it just offset Northern Ireland just a little bit there.
58.
McKee needs to find 2 trebles of his last 2 darts of this visit. It's not forthcoming.
85.
If Heenahan can pile in something tangible, this game could be done in the next few moments. 4 darts thrown in this leg, 4 treble 20s. 5 darts thrown in this leg, 5 treble 20s.
140.
180, 140 for Heenahan. Has left O'Shea on 1, 2, 3 after 9.
$100. Sorry, check. 140. Alan Ducar 123.
6 from here to bring this game to a close. Had 6 darts, gonna need 6
55.
darts.
$57. Alan Ducar 68.
Big moments, 2 at double 4. In a must-win match.
60.
It goes a begging.
Northern Ireland Ducar 134.
Duff goes for 134. Is he going treble 18 and then tops? He's hit the treble right next door. So
83.
all about O'Shea now filling his
Alan Ducar
boots.
8.
For 2 points, which puts them into second place. It's
John
only on
Arch,
legs
Ireland.
difference, however, the Republic of Ireland are back in the top 2. They had to survive a scare there against the Northern Ireland team of Neil Duff and Richard McKee. They win 4-3, and it means we are going down to the final few rounds in this Group C. Next up, it's the Netherlands against Team Kenya. So we're going into game 10. And after 9 games, Team Germany lead the way, 16 points, 8 wins out of 8. And game 10 is the Netherlands against Kenya. For Danny and Wesley van Tripe, they are looking to move on to 12 points in the group. They have been overtaken by the Republic of Ireland a couple of moments ago, courtesy of their win against Northern Ireland. Kenya win this, they get themselves back into play, but the problem that they've got is a rather weak legs difference. -3 in comparison to the +3 of the Netherlands and the +4 of the Republic of Ireland. Wonder what we're going to get in this one, Scott.
Well, if the Netherlands, well, it's going to go to the last game no matter, but you don't want to go into that last game against the Republic of Ireland on the back of a loss, do you? After just seeing them have a big win against Northern Ireland.
First leg, Netherlands.
Vital win for them.
Game on. $100.
Can you come in on the back of a win against France to this game? So the tails will be up and believing that they can win this one.
80. $55. $68.
For a player with such small flights,
100.
which here he gets a few deflections, doesn't he? But it's the angle of entry. The dart is very flat.
85.
Really nice
66.
visit from Manua there.
$128.
Yeah, really good thinking from Wachuri. He's 140 now.
40.
That's right.
Can
Does
you
the same
tell
to the
what
throw.
140?
Effectively been turned here in that one visit. All about Kenya now. They will want a ton from here. Need that treble.
60. Netherlands a car.
Hasn't gone, so the Netherlands
120.
have left the
And they've
finish
got
with that
80.
visit. Now then, Wachuri has got to stay straight twice. And it looks like he's making sure of that and going to back himself on the double top.
40.
And so
Netherlands
close.
a car. 20.
Yeah, it was a rather safe attempt there at the top
Finish on the
tops
first leg,
as Danny Van
Netherlands.
Tripe finds a double 10 to lead 1-0.
Second leg, Kenya to throw first. Game on. $26. $45.
They got away with that one of Kenya. Wasn't punished at all.
$125. $85. $121.
Yeah, nicely done by Manua. He comes back at him. Does Danny Van Tripe. Been lots better today, Danny Van Tripe.
125.
Jury comes back. Wayward last dart. But still does the damage.
85. Kenya Car 104.
And you are here. Go single 4 for double top.
64. Netherlands car
Quite to be. Didn't quite have the belief, did he, in that one? If he believed it, that would have gone. This doesn't go now
98.
for the Van Tripe
Kenya
twins.
Car 40.
So Waturi has been the double getter. On this occasion, he doesn't
Netherlands
get.
car 48.
Well, this for 2-0 in the break, and that's
Game show
2
the
for
second leg,
2
Netherlands.
in terms of the doubling for the Netherlands. In fact, their doubling's
leg,
been up
Netherlands to throw
decent today. They're
first.
4
Game
from
on.
5 in their opening match against Northern Ireland, 4 from 12 against France. That's not to be sniffed at. They only got the one dart at a double
140.
against Germany. We're able to sniff that out as well. And 2 from 2 so far in this particular contest
83.
against Kenya. Now, defeat here would guarantee that Kenya would be eliminated.
60.
And it would then mean that if the Republic of Ireland were then to get the better of France in the next, it would mean that game 13 would be a straight shootout to determine who's going to join Team Germany
96.
in Saturday night's final.
$60. $58. $82.
Once again, the Van Tripes left on a bogey, 159.
$140. $47. Kenya car 124.
So this to reduce the gap back down to 2-1, and it's David Munya with the responsibility on the 1-2-4, and he should get a dart at the bull. Will get a dart at the bull, and then decides to set it
84.
up.
Yeah, it's a miss,
That
but
is
it's a
a
really nice
112.
miss if you get to come back. 112 then for Wesley. They are going to return,
52.
are the Kenyans, and
Kenya
it's
car
Peter
40.
Waturi again on that double top. Missed it last time out. Went on inside of the 10s, and then he went inside the 5s. Really disappointed with this visit.
Game shot on the third
But
leg,
really
Kenya.
does salvage it with taking his time, having a
Fourth leg,
look,
Kenya to throw first.
bit of a Rob Cross step back, go in,
Game on.
refocused, and hit the double 5. And maybe he should have done that last time, and he could have got the same result.
45. $60. $60. $96. $24. $81. $81. $140.
Oh, the Netherlands leave themselves on 1-2-4 to open up a 3-1 lead.
140. Netherlands are coward and 24.
Yeah, nice visit from David Manua.
44. Kenya coward and 51. $119. Netherlands are car 80.
Nicely done. Pressure applied.
Game shown the
But
fourth leg,
Wesley is
Netherlands.
up to the challenge. Super finish from
Good for
him.
Netherlands
It's
to
a
throw
break of
first.
throat.
Game on.
They're 3-1 to the good. 3 from 3. And there's the issue for the Kenyan team. 1 from 9.
100.
Not what we were seeing from them early in the week.
That camera angle didn't tell you how good a dart that was from Wesley Van Tripe, because the flights were completely obscurant of the
85.
target. That was such a good find.
140. $45.
Should leave a finish from here. Well, what's going on there, Danny? I think he got his wires a bit crossed there.
57.
Anyway.
121.
Apologies there, viewers.
140.
And he's just hit himself in the top lip with the microphone.
I think I've actually drew blood. Anyway, 64 for
95.
the Netherlands to win
Netherlands
this
are
game
car
4-1.
64.
I'm going to claim it with a punch.
Tots of the match,
Game
tots
shot
of the
on match,
win
Netherlands.
for Team Netherlands. They beat Kenya by 4 legs to 1. And for the pair of Danny and Wesley Van Tripe on to 12 points. They've done their side of the bargain with a perfect doubling display. And now it's down to the Republic of Ireland to beat France to ensure that game 13 is a straight shootout.
Oh my God. That's all right, man.
Game, son of the third leg.
This goes. How much if this goes? Genuinely, how much? How much? Give me a price.
167 quid.
Go on then. If this goes. That was in. Tell me that weren't in.
It was in the 5.
120!
I can't believe that. Where's this come from?
That was in.
Mind you, he's a ref. Oh, double 18. Oh, and he's lost all
Henry,
composure
shut up, they can hear
whatsoever.
you. You're putting them off.
What is going on?
Double 18,
Limbs, by the
pal.
way.
Could you imagine if this went? Oh. Yes, rather shambolic. It's the Ref Wars 4, and that is premiering following the end of the live action this afternoon. So, Game 11 is a meeting between France and the Republic of Ireland. And for the pair of Conor Heenahan and John O'Shea, if they win this game, then it will mean that Game 13 between them and the Netherlands will be a straight shootout to determine who's going to join Team Germany into Saturday night's final. And they are alongside Team Wales, who qualified on Wednesday afternoon. Well, they've been better today, have Team France, but they're still searching for that elusive win. For the Republic of Ireland, they know they win this game. They play effectively an eliminator in the 13th match to see who is going to join the Germans into Saturday night.
And to be totally fair, it's been looking like that. The outcome would be that from Dart 1 this afternoon,
France
just
to
after
through
1
first.
o'clock when the show opened.
Game on.
The Germans have been that dominant when those around them have came to town and taken their best game to the
136.
Germans. Both Closer and Corona have had enough to see them off.
60.
It's like a song, isn't it? My Pal Corona.
Indeed, it is very much like that song.
125.
Knack, I think, believes sung that. Showing my age.
I wasn't born when that song came out.
140.
But Ireland have had a knack of winning games this week, which is why they're in the position that they are in.
95. $100.
Well, time for Heenahan. The game's just going to temporarily pause. There's just a slight discrepancy in terms of the scoreboard.
The players have a scoreboard there to their left, just off screen. But it is connected to the live score that you see on our stream on screen. It's just a confirmation about who scored what on their visit. Ian Cash is jumping at the bit to get to the board. And that looks a bit more like it to me.
Yeah, we restart with France needing 145 to win this opening leg.
130.
Cash, right smile back to his partner. It was a bit apologetic. He went for a 25 to leave himself
41.
top. Hit the bullseye and left
Francis
15, so
15.
left it slightly difficult for Toulier.
13.
It takes a very strange route, in all
60.
fairness.
Only one route for this. And no route now. All about leaving it handy. That'll do.
140.
And this is by no
card
means a
two.
gimme.
No score.
And that
Out of
is
the car,
exactly
20.
why. Good stuff, Henry. And the moment as well. You know, you've got everything to consider.
Getting show the first leg, Ireland. Second leg, Ireland to throw first. Game on. $85.
And that was a leg, you have to say, that Republic of Ireland had no right to.
123.
But they have been chipping away, haven't they? And there has been times where they've looked second best, but they've managed to conjure something just when their backs have been against the wall.
140.
And I have to say, I don't begrudge it because they had no luck at all yesterday. None whatsoever. And the old adage is, you've got to stick at it for the luck to be able to
45.
come back your way. We see a lot of players head off to tournaments and then things don't go their way and they get a bit down. They go, no, I'm not going to the next one. I've spent all that money out. I had no
96.
luck last time, blah, blah, blah. And if you don't go, you don't give yourself the opportunity for the luck to come back your way.
26.
Six from here.
45.
Well, Ireland do look a little way in front here, but
100. Out of the car, 135.
it's a ton there to plug his way back into it. Cannot afford one of those visits without a treble. He's got one now, has Heenahan.
72.
Not the visit he was looking for. Left 63, which can be awkward for O'Shea, but a big visit here. Needs two trebles. Not going to happen this
99.
time round.
Out of the car,
Treble
63.
does give them a chance should the 63 not go from O'Shea. 39.24 for him. Beautiful marker.
51.
Just drops inside.
Runs the car, 108.
And so 108 here to level this game back up and to get the break back. Cash unable to find the treble 17 with dart 2. And so Heenahan is going to return for double 6 to double up the Ireland
52.
lead.
Out of the car, 12. No score.
John O'Shea couldn't
Runs the car,
watch. He looked
56.
at the floor. And now, is that first leg going to be robbed straight back? It is indeed. The French come back 1-1. In the back room, the
Third
Dutch
leg
will be
France to go
very
first.
interested
Game
in
on.
the goings on here. So 2 breaks a throw with the first 2 legs. As a result, who wants to start the throw?
Who wants it, lads?
So he opens up with a 140.
43.
Really good stuff from Nick there.
$55. One of them, 40.
Really good from O'Shea there. Keeps them in touch as the French look to be just stretching
60.
away in this leg. O'Shea, using all his experience to peg them back in, and now Heenahan bouncing off
138.
of O'Shea's visit, brings a 138 of his own.
Smart play, that.
45.
Yeah, I liked it. Really smart play. He had a wobbly dart in there. Did Heenahan. Couldn't afford to lose it out of the treble.
60.
So mooched off to the 18s, which left the 180. Now one single treble for the Ireland team
97.
would
Under the
help
car,
out no end
120.
here.
Because even if he hit the treble there, it would have been 144, which is a much easier take than what he would have left if he had found another treble 20. That treble 20 is found.
100.
That double top's just low.
Francis car 104.
Connor has a good look at that. He thought it had gone. Ian Cash is now heading for the treble 16 again. Not to be. So 24 scored, 80 left. 16's a block, so would go back up the
29.
top, but he has a stray dart. And
Under the car 20.
probably not what the French team would have ordered. O'Shea then
Each
double
on the
10.
third leg, Ireland.
Out he goes, and once again another break a throw. 3 legs, 3 breaks
Fourth
a
leg,
throw.
Ireland through first. Game on.
Forget Breaking Bad, it's Breaking Back.
46. $59. $58. $85. $60. $125. $60.
Just discussing who's the happier of the two teams here at the moment.
42.
I think O'Shea and Heenan will be happy that they've broken the throw twice, so they'll be the happier of the two, but they'll be disappointed that they've been broken themselves.
125.
And once again, Heenan trying to force that last dart into the 2 existing darts that were there, and we've seen him do it 2 or 3 times. He's hit the 5. Kind of
40.
dragged it over and
Under
not
the
scored the max that he was
152.
after.
We're at the stage of the week now where Ireland won't care about performances, just about getting results. Performances are irrelevant if they lose both their last 2
60.
games.
I think the next hour or so is about getting out of this building and making sure you're in the Saturday night. That's what their mindset is. We'll worry about that later. We'll go out, we'll have something to eat, we'll regroup, we'll recoup.
110.
You know,
Under the
they can
car,
have a lie-in
92.
in the morning and then be ready for that finals night on Saturday night. But the thing is, you've got to get there.
Getting shown the fourth leg, Ireland.
I think they won that leg.
Fifth leg, France to throw first. Game on.
And they're 1 away from ensuring that game 13 is a straight shootout.
41.
And I think the celebration shows how big that was to go 3-1 in this match. They know they've got to win this to take it to the last. You don't want to go out of your last match not winning.
83.
They just watched the Netherlands beat Kenya 4-1 fairly convincingly. And they need to do the same themselves, do Ireland.
100.
Both of those teams go into that game 13. The all-important winner takes all game 13. To see who
100.
goes through. You don't want to be going that off the back of a loss because you have no momentum going into the game. The Netherlands have had their momentum. Yesterday they came off the board with 6
44.
points. Probably feeling really, really fortunate. I think today 6 points,
100.
they've been more deserving today. I think the Netherlands have looked a little bit more special, where I think yesterday Republic of Ireland looked really good yesterday and were a
59.
touch unlucky to only end up with 6 points. Today they're kind of limping over the line each game, but but they're still getting over it.
60.
In fact, I just worked out, because Ireland have got to 3 legs, whatever happens, the last game's going to be a straight shootout, irrespective now of the result of this, because of the legs difference, because there'd be
60.
one in it, and obviously a 4-3 win for Ireland
58.
against the Netherlands. That one leg that would be between them on legs difference would counteract one another anyway. But it's to win the game, to win it with a flourish, to win it with some
120.
style, but the double 19 don't go.
What happens here with Ian Cash will dictate whether O'Shea goes straight at it or whether he
97.
splits it.
Out of the car,
I think he has
38.
to go straight at it now with the French on 100. Yeah, just as I called.
That's not nice. That's
6.
not nice at all.
France car 100.
Tops by the look of it. And it's not going to go.
40. Out of the
So-
car 32.
Heenahan comes back. He was good on this side of the board yesterday.
Getting shown the match.
He's good on
Ireland.
this side of the board again today. It's a 4-1 win for Ireland over the French. They've done their job going into their last game. Don't worry about the averages. Heenahan and O'Shea 80 average. 4 from 13 will be their concern on this one. We head into a short break, and when we return, we have Germany taking on Northern Ireland. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here, brought to you live from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and you are viewing our live action on Pluto TV. If you've just joined us before the break, the Republic of Ireland needed to beat France to stay in the mix, to take themselves to a winner-takes-all knockout game with the Netherlands, which will be up next after this. But in front of you, we have the German team taking on Northern Ireland, and the Germans have done their job efficiently. They've got themselves through, yet to be beaten in Group C. Started well yesterday and really kept that momentum going. Their averages have been around the 90 mark for all of their matches. This is their penultimate match, game 9, not beaten in 8. Northern Ireland, I think it can probably be said the opposite for them. They didn't get off to a good start yesterday in their first couple of matches. Unlucky in one, and the other one were blown away, and that's kind of set the tone for their Group C campaign. Took till their 4th match to get on the board, and by then they looked forlorn figures up there on the hockey yesterday. It's been a touch better today, but the problem is, so has everybody else been while they've been okay. So really has been a tough Group C for the Northern Ireland pairing of Duff and McKee. They've tried a few things. It's not that they haven't tried things. They've tried swapping the order to see if it sparks a bit of life back into it, but it hasn't quite worked. And sometimes
58.
You just have to hold your hands up and say that's darts. Sometimes it doesn't go your way when you've got 6 teams going for 2 spots from Group C. You're all wanting the same thing. That's Saturday night finals night. And 6 into 2 doesn't go. So there's always 4 that go home very disappointed. And that's the nature of the game.
Well, these are 2 teams whose fates were pretty much sealed on Thursday for Northern Ireland. The writing was on the wall following the conclusion of yesterday's action. For Germany, they had a foot into Saturday night's finals, and they're still to be beaten. 8 wins out of 8. Now, we've never seen someone complete a perfect group at international pairs before, so there's that little bit of history on the line for Messrs. Closer and Kroner.
133.
And going about their business rather proficiently in the first leg of this, leaving themselves on 1-3-2. McKee looking to leave Northern Ireland in the best possible shape. Should look down potentially
99.
Bullseye.
132.
No real damage done there, really. The difference between 101 and 102 is rather minuscule. Closer's not going to find the champagne shot,
45.
and so Neil Duff will return looking at 102 to get an opening leg break here for Northern Ireland. We'll look at the 14 to leave double top. Trusty tops. And that's why Northern Ireland get their first ton topper of the day. That was actually one of their strong suits in Group A. Their big pop finishing, and they have popped out that 102. And that actually means that all 6 teams have had a ton plus checkout now on this Friday afternoon.
$42. $41. $59. $45.
Well, the last 4 visits have all been troubleless in this one.
58.
After a 140 start from Duff, and that's Well, they've got that 70 lead.
70. $135.
Once again, a classy visit from Pal Crone.
58.
Catches up the deficit. The problem they have is because it was a breaker throw in the first one with the 102 from Duff.
100. Northern Ireland
They are up against the darts here in this leg. He can't finish from here. 67 left, treble 17.
131.
And he hits it. Really strong visit
107.
from McKee against the table toppers. And oh dear.
27. Northern Ireland car.
Staring 2-0 in the face here.
Getting show the second leg, Northern
And
Ireland.
2-0 it is to Northern Ireland. Now, some people on 107 will say that maybe the best
like
play to
Germany
head
throw
down to the
first.
19s
Game on.
because a miss either side means that you're still guaranteed to at least have a poke with dart 2 because the single 3 will leave you 104 left, triple 18 for the bullseye, and then a miss, of course, into the 7 will leave you on a squared ton. Some people also
140.
argue that treble 16 is the best way to go on 104.
26. 26. 41.
I get the sense that both teams know where they're going to be. Germany know they're through, and I think the adrenaline's kind of gone from them. And Northern
60.
Ireland, they're piecing something together, particularly in terms of the finishing, but there just hasn't been a real fluency about this contest up to press.
No,
60.
agreed, but are they just sort of hurting themselves by playing well here against Germany? And here come the Germans back in at that 180 from Krona. Ironically, it's his first of the day.
96. Doing a car 95.
So 95 here for Daniel Closer. Treble 20. Unable to get, but what he will do is leave his
55.
partner on double top when he comes back to half the arrears, back down to 2-1.
140.
Until
Doing
that
a car
visit,
40.
you have to say that Duff and McKee have had an off leg here.
Getting show the third leg, Germany.
Krone back to
Fourth leg, Northern Ireland.
Normal.
To throw first. Game on.
taking out the tops without a thought, without a worry.
134.
A really good off again from Neil Duff for the Northern Irish.
$100.
What they don't want to do is go a day without a win. Now they do take on France in the final game of the session.
140.
So they don't want to go into that without having a win to their name so far today. Remember, the next game is the Netherlands against the Republic
100.
of Ireland. The winner of that will join Team Germany into tomorrow night's final.
125.
The two kings of this tournament in the past going head to head. One king is going to be dethroned.
59. Northern Ireland car 102.
Double 16 for 102.
70.
Would have been the second 102 that Northern Ireland would have found in this game.
$100. Northern Ireland car, 32.
Kroner was going to hit another treble and leave himself on 102.
Getting shown the fourth leg,
Takes out
Northern
the double
Ireland.
16 to go 3-1.
Fifth leg Germany to throw first. Game on.
Do the Northern Ireland team look like they are going to inflict the first defeat on Team Germany here in the latter stages of Group C.
134. $95. $57. $54.
Well, you'd be barking mad to miss our next game, wouldn't we, Scotty Dog, between the Republic of Ireland and the Netherlands? Should be some contest.
Yeah, it really will. I think we're going to see some emotion. I think we're going to see some
60.
skill, and at the very same time, we could see some heartbreak. It's going to have a piece of everything. Please do stay with us if you're here now.
$81. $43.
He scored, 89 left, so treble 19.
89.
Takes the 9 off, so leaves a straight 80. So 2 singles will get a dart at the double for Paul Kroner.
42. Germany car, 80.
To reduce the gap back down to 1. Kroner looks at double top.
60.
Don't get it.
Northern Ireland car, 132.
So, a champagne way to finish. Not to be.
No, Champagne is on hold for this time round, but
37. Germany car, 20.
Daniel Closer comes in with double 10. Makes no mistake, no messing around.
Sixth leg Northern Ireland to throw
Back
first.
to 3-2. Neil Duff with the dart to see the game out.
$100. $45. $92. $57. $84. $174.
Really good visit from Daniel Closer. Battling away here. 225 apiece.
45.
So that's 180 left for Duff and McKee. Need to assert some pressure with a couple of trebles here, and that's exactly what Paul Kroner does. Really good from him. 91 left.
30. Germany car 91.
So this to take us all the way and to keep Germany's unblemished streak in this group alive. He's going to get a look at double 16. He's not going to get it, but can Richie
75.
McKee
Northern Ireland car 150.
find the 150? He's not going to be in a hurry to go for 3 balls.
No, not at all, but really needed to stay straight there, and he's
44.
offered it straight
Germany
back
car
to
16.
the Germans.
Are we going all the way? Of
Getting shown the
course we're
six leg
going all the
Germany.
way.
7th and final leg, Germany to throw first. Game on.
It's a penalty shootout scenario. We know how good Germany are in penalty shootouts.
Yeah, we've been on the wrong end of them a few times.
58.
How good was that from Neil Duff?
It didn't look like going anywhere else, did it?
98.
Oh, hang on. Hang on. Oh, it's not
100.
in.
Yeah, we do have a brand of eye testing department right opposite our live lounge here in Portsmouth.
140.
And I will be booking my dear friend Henry Deacon in for a little eye check-up
55.
during the break.
Genuinely thought that 5th dart landed.
105.
So Germany look at a square ton to win this game 4-3 for 3-2 behind. It would mean 9 wins out of 9 for the Deutsche
96.
Darters of
Germany car
Daniel
100.
Kloser and Paul Kroner. And it is Daniel to see this game out.
60. Northern
been
Ireland
left in
car
case.
70.
They've not been their best here, the Germans, but they'll be hoping for a chance here. Another one of those. And Duff then for a rare
Showing
win
match,
for
Northern
the
Ireland.
team Northern Ireland. Germany are inflicted their first defeat of the group. Battled away but didn't look themselves. Is there a vulnerability with them that we hadn't seen up to now? Who knows? It was a really even Steven game. 83 and 82 on the averages, 57% and 42 on the doubles. We said head into the short break now, where the Republic of Ireland come back and take on the Netherlands in the winner-takes-all match.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Northern Ireland got the better of Team Germany by 4 legs to 3. And we now head into a last game shootout between the Netherlands and the Republic of Ireland. Both teams on 12 points respectively in the group, and the 2 former winners of this competition going head to head, but only one of them can make it through to tomorrow night's final. The winner will qualify. The loser will be heading out. As simple as that. The first knockout game of these international pairs is this knockout game. And you know what? I get the sense for all 4 players on that stage. I think they'll prefer it that way. I think they play their best when they're put under that pressure, when they're put in that kind of environment. Don't need to worry about permutations. Don't need to worry about legs. Just win the game to stay in the tournament.
Yeah, and as a player, you want it left in your own hands. It's easier to deal with that way. If you get into one of these games and you just don't perform, then you have to hold your hands up. You can't blame anybody else. You really don't want to be in the situation where you're sat in that back room watching intently, expecting somebody else to do the job for you.
Game on.
Ireland have the darts. Yesterday they were able to turn the Netherlands over 4-3.
99.
In which was quite an early doors game. The averages weren't pretty. Both. It was a bit of a touchy-feely type game, which could have gone either way, and I think maybe that dictated the way that the Netherlands went yesterday. There's your in-play table.
$60. $40. $45.
So far, no touch paper being ignited. And you can see Heenahan in the background as John O'Shea hits 2 treble 20s, switches out for a 139.
54. Out of the car,
well, he's the flair player out of the 4 on the stage, Conor Heenahan. Of that, there's no doubt whatsoever. He's the one that I think could well be the difference maker.
42.
Indeed, but he's one of those where all the stars have got to line up for everything to go right for him. He's got to be believing it.
Out of the car, 60.
You know, there's a lot of fight in the Ireland team. And that's caught the flight. And all of a sudden, it's a bit of luck has not gone their way again. But to be fair with that first start, O'Shea shouldn't have been anywhere near that flight.
It's not the first time that's happened to John, either in the last couple 82. Of games. But luckily for him, his teammate has been the double hitter.
Yeah, and that adds a bit of pressure, that last treble 19 from Wesley.
10.
Once again,
62.
That's 5 darts at a double now. 12 for tops. Danny Van Tripe had a chance to pick 10. Their pockets. Now it's O'Shea on that dodgy double 5. You have to go straight at it. You don't want to be resting up high, and that's what he's done. 1 for double 2 now. 1 dart in hand, double 2 goes. Island. Big roar from O'Shea, but it's only for a hold of throw.
Second leg Netherlands to throw first. Game on.
And once again, are we seeing the Irish lads rile up the Dutch lads into performing?
It's that passion which defines what playing for your country means. As we said earlier, you are playing for something much bigger than yourself.
140.
But I just get the sense that if you rub Danny and Wesley up the wrong way, you might get a reaction. Because
45.
they're reactive players, very reactive players.
All I know is if you rub two sticks together, you get fire. And I was always told, do not play with fire as a kid.
So what did you end up doing?
Became a farmer and not a fireman.
55. $100.
Square Ton leaves the Dutch on a finish after 12. A Ton will do the same for Ireland, but realistically, they need 2 trebles here. They've got to. Can they get 3? Yes, they can. They're on a 2-darter. All of a sudden, this has to go. All of a sudden, Van Tripe needed a moment of magic. He's unable to oblige.
105.
And so
Out of the car, 87.
it is Conor Heenahan who comes back for this 87 for a 2-0 lead. If he doesn't get it, Wesley Van Tripe will be left on double 18. That's the target Heenahan wants. And that's the target Heenahan gets. He's 2-0 up. Ireland are 2-0 up. And they are in great stead. And they're letting their Dutch opponents know. Danny Van Tripe gives them a stare down in the background. This game is coming up to the boil as this group comes up to the boil.
I have to say, having played a few international matches against the Republic of Ireland, this is how they all do it. This is how they do it. They are passionate. They play with passion and fire.
100.
If there were 10 or 12 of their country compatriots watching behind them, they would be screaming in exactly the same voice. They do back each other and cheer each other on.
60.
Beggars can't be choosers, Scott. How good is Conor Heenahan playing in this game? He did this in the last pairs tournament where he stepped up to the mark when his nation needed him, and he's doing exactly the same here.
60. $99.
Even though the room is empty with the screams, I can hear
100.
the 2 cheerleaders, Robin Byrne and Katie Sheldon, screaming at every treble 20, and they're not even here. That's how often I've seen it. They lead the line.
70.
And that was a touch unlucky, but with the Van Tripe brothers back on, 181.
100. Out of the car,
O'Shea
32.
will return.
This is dodgy. Because of the way it's gone inside, as you can see, the double 8 targets obscured. That's bounced in and out. That's so good. That's so good in any circumstances, let alone that one.
4 flag Netherlands.
Very easy to see the dart go to the floor, and you can see what that meant to Heenahan. Really, really fighting to hold on and have a chance to keep their title.
The team from Ireland are a leg away. The defending champions are not letting go of it without one heck of a fight.
81.
The Dutch were unable to defend last time. O'Shea and Heenahan looking to do exactly what they couldn't for their
65.
nation here. Get them into Saturday, anything can happen.
They've done the hard work here, haven't they? They've got off to a
95.
flying start. They've done the hard work, but they've got to keep the hammer down now. You can't throw and try and defend a 3-0 lead. You've got to keep going. It's no good saying I'm going to stay straight and I'm going to be okay. That isn't the case. You've got to...
94.
They imposed themselves early on Ireland, and the Dutch have never been able to respond.
85. That is a car 131.
They leave a finish Ireland to win this game, and they're going to get a look at the 1-5-2, and it's going to be Conor Heenahan who's going to get an opportunity to put the cap on it.
75.
To send the defending champions through. Not going to do it in style. Netherlands will get one last day of execution.
41. Netherlands Ricard, 56.
What you have to be careful of in this situation is that if the Netherlands do get this leg, it could then give them a shot to the arm, and
111.
they could go on a couple of leg run with momentum, and it's a really dicey time, this. Brilliant from O'Shea.
Tops to go through. Tops to go through. The defending champions are into Saturday night. There will not be a second title for the Netherlands, but there could be a second title for Team Ireland. They've had to do it the hard way this week, but the pair of Conor Heenahan and John O'Shea are there in the big dance tomorrow night. They had to win a straight shootout against the Netherlands to get there, but it is job well done for John O'Shea and Conor Heenahan. That is how they did it. An average just over the 80 mark. They won't care. They won't care about the averages. All they'll care about is that 111 and that 4-0 win and that P2, which has sent them in to tomorrow night's final. The defending champions are there. We'll hear from them on the other side of this short break.
And here is the table of Group C as we come to the closing matches. And yes, Germany have already qualified. You can see their name in gold. Ireland have just done the same moments before the break. A 4-0 win and a winner-takes-all match with the Netherlands. And we've got Ireland with us down in the interview room to get all the reaction and how they're feeling at this very moment.
Gents, well done. But I'll tell you what, you've got this habit of doing things the hard way, haven't you, John?
Yeah. Well, you know, the hard way is right. But that's what makes us good players. We've never done anything easy, but we know how to fight. Fighting Irish. We're never gone out of anything until someone says game over. Yeah, but playing with this boy, he gives an old man something to play for.
I'll chat to you in just a second, Connor, but how good was he in that last game? Because there's a feeling that when it gets to the big games, he steps up to the mark.
Yeah, absolutely. Exceptional dart player. Probably, I've spoke to Connor all week, and you know, he's probably one of those players in Ireland that has underachieved. And I've spoken to him, and he needs to knuckle down. But he's quality. Oh, he's quality. Man, if I wanted anybody on my team to play doubles with, this bucko is the boyo. Yeah, 100%.
Just sum it up in your own words, getting through, and kind of the week you've had so far, Connor.
Yeah, look, hey, I thought we played well all kind of week. We just haven't got that, what you call it, togetherness.
Yeah.
As in, the two of us have played well with each other yet. Like, we won, after the first day, we won 3 out of 3, or 3 out of 5, 3 out of 5, and we won 4 now today. So it'll be 4 again tomorrow, and we're in the final. So,
Yeah.
usual.
For yourself, Connor, was this kind of what you needed? Because we kind of mentioned the last 6 months maybe hasn't quite gone to the type of plan you would have wanted it to since winning the pairs last time out.
Yeah, of course. Look, I know myself, I've been struggling for a little while. Things haven't been going my way, different ways. Another, like, I've had an injury, probably haven't sorted it yet. But look, it's always great to play doubles. You know, we the two of us, we don't play doubles, like, but once we get together, we seem to just click off each other, and it seems to just go our way. But so it's good, yeah. It gives a bit of confidence to both of us, I think, just to show how good we actually are to everyone else.
Hey, no one's retained this yet. Could do so tomorrow night.
100%. We're not here to make up the numbers. We're here to win.
Yeah, I think the last time I told you when I came in here in this room, I told you that once we click together, we'll click, and we'll see what you say to us tomorrow, but I think we'll click again.
Yeah.
You have, gents. Many congratulations.
I just want to give a shout out to the INDO and Kevin Devaney. He's a big part of what I've come through.
And me.
And you, John. I just want him to wish them and his team the best luck this weekend at the Be All Irelands, and hopefully everything goes right where Irish Dart should be.
Go on, you boy.
Well said. Well done, boys. See you tomorrow.
Cheers.
Top man.
Yeah, well said, lads. I don't think you're the only people out there thinking of the INDO right now at this moment in time. But we now move on. We have a match for Germany taking on Kenya. It was the last time we will see the Kenyan team this week up on the board. Germany, we can see it's comical moments between them. It's really great. I can't reiterate enough to you watching at home how dart players are dart players, but here at the Super Series, in any form that we are playing this week, it's International Pairs 3. You get players sat in that back room together that maybe in any other dart room where there's 200 or 300 people and you're competing, you don't sit with those people. You form bonds and you form friendships here because our players' room is quite unique, where everybody has to go into it and stay there. And you get to know about people that you wouldn't usually sit with. And it's lovely to see the guys having a giggle and a laugh when they come up. They know it's their last game to the Kenyans. They've got the darts here. And you have to say, overall, this has been a pretty tough group for the Kenyans. When they've been good,
100.
Sometimes they've just been pipped by the countries playing them at times, and once again, for the Team Kenya to get to come here, be in front of the cameras, it is really difficult for them to get this match time in situations like this. And David and Peter, every time they come here,
24.
they're really appreciative of the time in front of the camera. And if you look at Daniel and Paul, they're kind of
93.
under the microscope an awful lot playing in Germany. There are lots of sort of Euro Tour qualifiers and member qualifiers and for varying things within the PDC side of the
55.
game. And so they're under this pressure a lot more often. But as individuals, not as pairs, as individuals. So for them, it's a little more normal, a thing like this. But for Wachuri and Manure, they will go away again with
126.
far more knowledge than they walked in to the place with at the start of the week. There's no doubt about that. And they enhance the competition by
81.
having them here as well. As you said, Henry said in one of the earlier games, it would be nice to see some African nations maybe getting automatic qualifications to maybe WDF events or something like that to add to what they've already got, and maybe, you know, there'd be a flourish. There's got to be players out there. It's a massive continent, and
43.
the more
Germany,
players
122.
out there, the better for me.
Well, it's a billion-person continent, is Africa. Germany, a nation of 53 million. But the hopes tomorrow
62.
night lie on them two men there. Got off to a perfect start in this one. They're not going to have a perfect group because they were beaten last time out against Team Northern Ireland. But looks as if they've put that to the back of their minds here. We'll look at 60 to get the break of throw and open up a 1-0 lead. Now that was dangerously close to busting. That was perfect.
But now you can go back and have a little giggle about that.
Sound like Germany to go first. Game on.
Lovely stuff from Powell there. He had a little grimace towards Daniel Closer, as if to say, whew, that was a bit tight. Yes, it was. But the fact that you finished it off, it's all forgotten.
135. One of them, 40. One of them, 40.
Well, for Kenya, it's just about playing out and fulfilling their last fixture of the week. Germany would like to leave with some kind of statement to go into tomorrow night's finals
100.
with. And sometimes, and we've mentioned this a lot here,
99.
Scott, haven't we? The last game of the day can kind of set the tone as to how you feel about it. Even though Germany got the job done, if they lose this game, then they may go into tomorrow feeling a little bit more vulnerable than perhaps they should feel.
Yeah, possibly, but
58. Germany to car,
I think that'll be forgotten if
127.
they win here. I think that'll be forgotten. Won't be by the other nations who are competing tomorrow night, but that'll be forgotten off the back
95.
of this.
Well, 32 left after 12. And how many times has Paul Kroner done that? When he's thrown for the second time in a leg, he has left his partner on a double to come back to. You know you're playing
45.
well when the
Germany
guy
car,
who's kicking off the
32.
leg is coming back for visit number 5 on a double.
Game
And
shot
then
on the
takes
second
out the
leg,
double
Germany.
with that 5th visit, and Germany have a 2-0 lead.
Third leg, Kenya to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Wachuri and Munya here have changed it up. Wachuri's throwing first in this match to try something different. So it
96.
shows to me that they're still experimenting. They're still trying to find, even though qualification is gone for them, still working away at trying to find the dynamic between the two of them that works.
119.
Genuinely wouldn't surprise me if the final is between Germany and the Republic of Ireland tomorrow. It really wouldn't.
100.
Ireland have got better as the week's gone on. This is the best team in the tournament. I don't care what anybody says.
99.
All right, calm down. You got a bit angry there. Fair play.
Just voicing my opinion.
42.
I'm sure that there's a few teams in Group B that will be thinking, hang on a minute, Henry, don't jump the gun here. We've only had one night of it. We'll be on it again tonight.
137.
Canada were a touch unlucky last night. I thought they could come and have 4 out of 4 tonight without any problems
100.
with Jeff Smith and Dawson, Michelle.
You got the sense they needed a night to settle in, or in particular Dawson needed a night to settle in because he doesn't play too much these days.
60.
Yeah, agreed. And obviously Team USA, Baggish and Lauby did absolutely gel from dart 1. So they look strong, and it kind of took something special from Belgium to
57.
overturn them and go
Jamaica,
through the card
86.
for them. We know that Rahman and Bartons are all about flair. And here's Closer once more, looking to do Closer
Game
things.
shot
And
the
that's
third leg,
exactly what he's
Germany.
done again, which reiterates your feelings, Henry.
Closer, the closer.
4 fake Germany to throw first. Game
And for the
on.
King and for David Munya, their campaign in this Group C look as if it might be within a leg of coming to an end.
There's another scenario here
97.
where it's such a big thing for those guys to come over here and to play all week, day after day. It's something that they won't be used to doing.
One of them, 40.
But one thing I will tell you is they are bringing attention to the darting fraternity of their countries. We saw Devon do it
40.
a few years back for South Africa, and now these guys are here doing it for Kenya. And you'll notice that
28.
they do have a sponsor on their shirt of the tourism board, and that shows how much they are thought of out there as pioneers of the game in their country. To be able to come to another country and play the way that they've played, they have done their country proud once more.
Literally the tourism board of Kenya. The second nation to have that on their shirts after Team Gibraltar in the first edition of this tournament. But Closer and Kroner looking to close it out. They
121.
might be saving here. Scott, their best performance for last because they're averaging just under 99 here. And Kroner, I don't think he would have gone for the bullseye if he found the treble there because of the position Kenya
92.
found themselves in this leg. But this has been such a good performance to finish up. Laying down the gauntlet for the rest to follow tomorrow night.
36. Germany car 32.
And so this, to get the game gift wrapped. 7-7 to the tricky little switch on 9-9,
Game shot
but
on the match,
made
Germany.
an easy switch by Daniel Closer, and that an average just under the 97 marker. 4-0 win for Team Germany. They won 9 out of 10 in this group, and they are going to take some toppling when it comes to tomorrow night's action. Germany 4, Kenya 0. One last game to go. It's Team Northern Ireland against Team France. Our final game is about to take place between Northern Ireland and France, but there's play coming up once we're done. We've got the ref wars coming up next, then Group B gets underway from 10 o'clock tonight. Germany will be in finals night tomorrow from 7:30, and then the new series starts on Monday morning from 9:30 a.m. Well, let's bring this group to a close then, shall we? And we're going to bring it to a close with a meeting between Northern Ireland and France. The bottom two teams in this group. And so this is the race for 5th place. Neil Duff and Richie McKee could finish on 6 points. Kasha Tullier could only move up to 5th with a big win of 4-1/4-0. So, what are we going to see in this one? Who's going to finish their campaign with a flourish?
Well, Northern Ireland do have the accolade of being the only ones to beat the table toppers in the form of Germany in this
First leg,
group.
Northern Ireland to throw first. Game on.
But does that not enhance the fact of where did they kind of go in the group? What kind of went wrong? If you're capable of beating the top of the table,
123.
where has it come undone? And there has to be a kind of chat after and say what why did it go wrong? Why did it not feel right, or whatever the issue was, or whether it wasn't an issue. Do you go back and analyse it game by game and do it that way? But there kind of has to be a chat after to try and work it out, because if you come back again, you don't want to be making the same mistakes twice.
No, what's it they say? The definition of insanity: doing the same thing 100 times and expecting different
45.
results.
$41. 65.
Oh, good pick over the last there to leave the French on 170. Le Big Fish.
123. Francois 170.
Catoulier, reel it in. No, he can't. And so McKee may just get a dart at the bullseye here off the back of the 84 to give Northern Ireland a 1-0 lead in this game. The 14 will leave the ball. Oh, he's missed a big number, and he's missed it by a mile.
44. Francois 115. $41. Northern Ireland car 40.
So double top for Neil Duff.
Gain shot the
Double
first
top
leg,
got
Northern
from
Ireland.
Neil Duff. And Northern Ireland take the lead.
Second leg, France to throw first. Game on.
Back tonight, Scott, for Group B. What do you expect to see from it?
I think that Belgium left the building on a high, and it's about whether they can sort of come in, and they play the Americans
50.
first. So another win against the Americans could probably more or less see them on 10 points and say that they are going to qualify with that.
54.
It then kind of opens the group up if it goes that way. Now, if it goes the other way and Team USA win that opening game, then the battle for the third place
55.
is still wide open with the other three teams. So I think the opening encounter with the two,
Belgium will go through.
59.
I think so. But I think it's how they go through now. They had such a good night last night. They don't want to go through and limp over the line. They want to dominate
50.
so that they go in, frightening the likes of the Germans, frightening the likes of the Welsh that are already there, And again, we've seen how passionate the Republic of Ireland are about getting
63.
through. They're now starting all again afresh. So it's like a new tournament. And it feels more like a knockout tournament the Saturday night.
100.
So it depends on that. I don't think we've seen the best of Canada yet. I think we could see that tonight. Those two more settled. Scotland,
81.
well, they were there and thereabouts last night. Lost a couple of games narrowly. They won a 4-3. They lost a 4-3 and lost a 4-2. You're only a visit away from those being a lot better. So I think we're going to see a little bit more from them tonight and a more settled them.
59.
And
Northern
England
Ireland
struggled to get going
66.
last night at all. Didn't win in their first game until their fourth game. So are Fallon and Steve Beaton going to gel a bit better tonight? I think there's a lot of questions still to be answered this evening.
Well, Mitch and McKee
Northern
answers the
Ireland
question of the
first.
66
Game on.
checkout to lead this game by 2-0. They've got the break. They've got control.
One of them,
This was
40.
the only game that the French side won yesterday. It might be the only game they win all week.
$96. $95. $46. $43. Yeah, Northern Ireland's last score before this one was 95, not 55.
Just a slight recalibration in terms of the scoreboard. And so just a slight pause, slight stoppage in play here. Well, Neil does try to see the light side of it. One job, one job. In fairness, Neil, you've had one job this week, and that's to win matches, pal.
That was Henry Deacon. Henry Deacon.
It's been-
Herny.
It's been nice knowing you, Scott.
59.
It's been really nice knowing you. It's been a pleasure working at the Modus Super Series, everybody. And what's definitely now my last shift here.
I would grab your
39.
coat and leave.
$59. $60.
Well, they're on the verge of winning this one, Team Northern Ireland at least.
42.
1-2-4
Northern Ireland Cowden,
to
24.
open up a 3-0 lead.
$44.
Yeah, the French on 199. Me being a motorsport fan, that used to be Travis Pastrana's race number when he raced
50.
Supercross and
Northern Ireland car,
motocross,
80.
now more famously known as the leader of the Nitro Circus, the stunt team. Out in America, they do all the jumping of the trucks and
60.
bikes
Bronze
and
car would have been
backflips
49.
and you name it, they'll have a go at it. Crazy bunch of people.
Well, we're not going to see any crazy finishing from Toulier, and so McKee returning for double
26.
take to put Northern Ireland
Northern
3-0
Ireland
in
car,
front.
20.
Double
Green shown the third leg.
3-0.
Northern Ireland. Fourth leg France to throw first. Game on. $81. 140.
Yeah, good stuff there from Duff.
60.
He'll regroup, go again. We will see him in Series 14 in the not too distant future. And I just get the sense that's the
100.
thing at the top of his bucket list in 2026 is to win one of those Champions Weeks. Because it's the last thing that is left for him to achieve here.
100.
Was in a good position
100.
to be back at the Lakeside later this year. Position to win a potential second world title. But it's Richard McKee that's got the opportunity to sign off here for Northern Ireland, looking at this 161 to win 4-0. Can he do it in style? No, he can't.
83. Francisca 120.
Stay there, cannot get. And so
100.
to wrap it up,
78.
it is fittingly the captain standing up to attention. Double 12
Game
to
shot
win it
on the
by
match.
4
Northern
legs
Ireland.
to 0. Northern Ireland beat France in the final game of this Group C. They'll end with a flourish, they'll end with a win. And an embrace between the pair at the end. We're going to hear from Team Germany on the other side of this short break.
16 world titles, 4 decades of dominance, the greatest the sport of darts has ever seen. Phil Taylor, the power, a legend. A walk down memory lane. The rivals, the battles, the moments that defined an era. And now, for the first time, watch Phil, watch himself, his greatest moments on screen with the legend alongside them giving his own commentary as it happens. We've never done this before. Saturday the 25th of April at the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Tickets just £10. The power through the years. Don't miss it.
Yeah, Phil the Power Taylor is going to be here with a walk down memory lane. That is tomorrow from 4 o'clock. So we're powering through our international pairs here at the Super Series, and following the end of Group C, we have seen Team Germany dominate things. They won 9 out of 10, as you can see there, and they are into tomorrow night's final. Alongside Team Ireland, they played the Netherlands in a last game shootout, and it was the pair of John O'Shea and Conor Heenahan who ended up victorious, so the defending champions, into tomorrow night's final. But it is Team Germany that have won this Group C, and I'm happy to say that the pairing of Paul Kroner and Daniel Closer are alongside myself and Scott here in the studio. Gents, many congratulations. Paul, I'll start with you. How pleased are you to get the job done today?
Oh, quite happy. I think Daniel played brilliant today. Yesterday I had more troubles, but I think we won 4 out of 5 today, so I'm quite happy.
For yourself, Daniel, we were kind of watching the games, we were watching the patterns of play, and it felt like there was a real synchronization once again. You were starting well, Power was hitting big scores, so it meant by the time we got to visit 5 of the leg and you were coming back for your third go, you were kind of left on a double more often than not.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I missed a few doubles in the beginning. Yeah, but Paul was there and he finished the games, the legs, and yeah, we did well today again. And maybe it's good that we lost the 9th game. Better ending the streak today than tomorrow.
We picked up on that's exactly the case. When you missed, Paul was hitting, and then all of a sudden, you then have that belief in one another, don't you? Because then there's no pressure on you to have to hit because he's picking up behind you. And likewise, it's the other way around. So then the bond between you then, it makes it easier to hit because you're not frightened of missing it because you're not frightened your partner's going to miss it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, we have a good bond. And we are coping up each other. That's really good. And yeah, and even if we don't hit each other, yeah, then okay, it's okay for us.
Yeah, I think it's worked quite well. Often if Daniel didn't hit a treble, I did 1 or 2, or often if he hit 2 in the beginning, I did not, but I think it worked quite well. I think he missed in the one game 2 110 checkouts on the doubles.
Yeah.
I checked it out, so it wasn't a big problem.
No.
But that's really good pairs play because you don't let your opponents off because somebody is always hitting. There's no let up.
Yeah. You always have to stay positive in the game. Yeah. Always stay focused in your head and say yourself, you will win. Whatever will come, you have to win. You will win.
And I get the sense you boys have absolutely loved it this week. Now, on the hockey, you've been steely, full of focus. However, I get the sense when I've kind of seen you around the place, you've not stopped smiling. I get the sense you've absolutely just loved the experience of playing in this.
I think to play here, it's really nice. Like going there, stepping up, focus is on. Going in the back room, fun, but going on stage, be on point.
Yeah, I like it very much here. Modus Super Series, really nice place. The town is really nice. much better than Wigan or Leicester or whatever, you know.
That is going on the Portsmouth Tourist Board. Portsmouth, better than Wigan and Leicester.
Yeah,
Sorry for those watching in Wigan and Leicester, incidentally. We'll have another chat with you boys in just a second, and we'll get some more quotes about how good Portsmouth is as well. But I just want to get a quick word on Ireland, who also made it through today, Scott. It went down to that final game against the Netherlands, and it just felt like when push came to shove, they just had something in the locker, didn't they?
Yeah, where these guys are quietly confident about what they're doing. The Irish, as you can see, Ireland, they just bounce off of one another. That loudness, that they jump at every opportunity that they get right and bounce off of that, and they continue to move forward, and they kind of blew the Netherlands away there in a winner-takes-all thing with just pure desire and spirit.
Just on the Dutch, they're going to be mightily disappointed they didn't make it through.
Yeah, because yesterday they picked up 6 points where they were kind of lucky to pick up 6 points yesterday. They were a much better unit today, and they know they played better today, and they'll be disappointed they didn't get over the line.
Well, let's just take a little look, Scott, at the tournament bracket and how things break down going into tomorrow's action here. Because we now know half the nations that are through. Wales got through Group A on Monday, Germany, Ireland through this afternoon, and tonight, Belgium, they need just one when you sense they're going to get that. Who else do you think could potentially join them?
I think the Americans could still push the Belgians. They play each other in an early game, so if Belgium win it, they're going to go on, and that'll probably be enough for them to qualify anyway. But I think it's still wide open. We've got 3 teams there that are still battling for that third place, and the all-important third place in that Group B could come down to one game or one moment, and I'm expecting that to happen tonight.
In terms of you guys, though, how much would winning this tournament mean for yourselves?
Yeah, it would mean a lot for us. It's because we are here. We want to win the tournament. That's everything.
Yeah, I think if we wouldn't like to win it, we wouldn't be here. And to win it for Germany would be great. First time.
Yeah.
And look, it's an opportunity because you don't get the opportunity to play for your country often, do you? So it'd be nice to add that to the cabinet, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah. It's the first time playing in steel darts for Team Germany. So yeah, we are very proud of that, and we want to win the tournament tomorrow. Yeah, for sure.
Well, many congratulations, and thank you as well for the entertainment you've given us. You've been great behind the scenes as well, so thank you very much for that.
Thanks a lot.
Scott, thank you very much. You're back with Murph tonight, so enjoy that. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV in the intervening hours. Coming up next is the referee wars, and then we will be back later on with Group B with Team USA in action. Danny Lauby and Danny Baggish representing them. The Tungsten Talk features Leonard Gates. That is later on after the live darts this evening. And then the finals of International Pairs 3 will be at 7:30 in the UK, 8:30 CET, and in the United States, 2:30 on the Eastern Seaboard in the afternoon and 11:30 a.m. Pacific time, which is exactly where Germany are going to be tomorrow night. They are looking to be the third different winners of this competition. And there's only one team that can potentially win it for a second time. And that is the team whose colours are behind me, the Republic of Ireland. John O'Shea and Conor Heenan hoping to bring it home. But we're back tonight, later on this evening, to see whether the United States and Belgium can make it through to tomorrow night's final.
But he won't get a chance.
USA.
Brilliant from Baggish.
USA.
Brilliant.
Belgium require 160. Where would they take the International Pairs Trophy? Where would you take tops?
Game
That's the second time he's done it.
Leg to Belgium.
Well, by missing the target, Richard
Game,
McKee did
shot,
leave himself on a
and
finish,
the
but it's
match
Belgium that
to
finished the
Belgium.
match off. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion. And it's double Dutch delight. With an absolute stunner. Double 10. Well, that is absolutely incredible.
It's time to crown the champion.
Ireland!
40. You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game.